Program originally scheduled at this time will not be seen, so that we may present the following CBC Sports Special. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup quarterfinals between the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Montreal Canadiens.
CBC Hockey Night in Canada, brought to you by Ford Motor Company on behalf of your Ford and Mercury dealers from coast to coast. The Bank of Nova Scotia with nearly 1,000 branches across Canada to serve you. Canadian General Electric, progress for people since 1882. And by Molson, Canada's name in beer since 1786. Brewers of Molson Canadian Lager Beer.
As the Stanley Cup quarterfinals shift to Toronto, the questions are, can the Maple Leafs win one game from the Montreal Canadiens? If they can win one, can they make it a long series? And could they possibly win the series against a team they have never beaten even once under coach Roger Nielsen? Well, Lanny McDonald of the Leafs is supremely confident.
Playing in front of your hometown crowd is just fantastic. And that's what we need to give us a boost right now. Playing against Canadians, they're a fine team, but with our home crowd, we'll be there fighting and ready to beat them in 4 straight.
Well, that really is confidence. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dave Hodge. On a more analytical note, this is the way the Leafs are looking at their situation. They were in the same position a year ago in the quarterfinals, down 2 games to the Islanders. Nobody expected them to come back, and they did come back. Another comparison, however, they were down 2 games in last year's semifinals to Montreal, and they didn't come back, so you can take your pick. Let's introduce you now to our team of broadcasters for tonight. Bill Hewitt, with the play-by-play. Brian McFarland will be beside him. And these two people belong beside the Stanley Cup, don't they? Howie Meeker and Gary Dornhofer. Game number 1 in Montreal on Monday night. The Canadiens got off to a slow start. The Leafs were ahead at 1.2-0, but the Habs battled back to tie it at 2, and then in the third period, rattled in 3 straight goals to win it. This is the tiebreaker and the winner. Steve Shutt intercepts Dave Hutchison's pass, gives a good pass to Jacques Lemaire, and in one motion, his shot beats Mike Palmateer. Lemaire ecstatic, and the Canadiens win 5-2. They had a fast start in the second game, and everything seemed to be going right for the Canadiens, as exemplified by this goal from behind the net. Guy Lafleur off Mike Palmateer's glove, and it's in, and the Canadiens win 5-1 easily. So now everybody wants to know, will it be a different series with the Leafs on home ice? The Leafs and their fans certainly hope it will be, and we'll find out just what Gary Dornhofer and Howie Meeker are expecting tonight as we join them in the broadcast booth.
Well, the Leafs are at home tonight, and to get back in this series, they're certainly going to have to win. Howie, what are the Leafs going to have to do to beat this mighty Canadian team?
Well, Gary, I think individually and collectively they have to play the best game that they've played all season long, and if I was Roger Nielsen, I'd give strong consideration to carrying the puck in rather than shooting it. And when they did get it in the Canadian zone, I'd certainly flood the corners and try to play as much of the game as I could up there, because once they got on the red line going the other way, they're trouble.
Howie, that's always been a key situation with the Montreal Canadiens. You throw that puck in, the Canadiens with their 3 top defensemen, as soon as they get us up to their wingers. So, as you had indicated, I think the only time they can throw that puck in is if the winger's on the go, so you have a chance of tying those defensemen up.
Well, that's right, but then when it's going around behind the net, Big Dryden comes out and picks it up, and he's learned to handle the puck much better than in previous years, and he makes the pass to the wingers. And the key is, I think, they get it to that Lafleur so early, and Lemaire, and between them, they have no trouble coming out of their own zone.
Okay. One other question, Howie. The big line, Lafleur, Shutt, and Lemaire. How do you stop them? Would you put Sittler's line against them?
Oh, I wouldn't hesitate for a moment. That's the only way that the Leafs are, again, going to win. They have to get some offense out of the Sittler line, and let's put the 2 best shooters, the lines, against head-on, eyeball to eyeball, and see how the game's going to go. I think it'd be a super game if they did that, Gary.
Okay, our Stanley Cup playoff game coverage will return with the opening face-off.
Down by the old mill stream, where I first met you, you were 16.
If you have to have a meeting and can't go, a conference call gets different people in different cities together to work out whatever they're working on. Just dial 0. Ask for the conference operator. She sets it all up.
We challenge you to test drive the all-new Mercury Marquis. Compare Marquis' new standard of comfort with any other full-size car. We challenge you to compare room. Marquis has more shoulder room, hip room, more trunk room than Oldsmobile, Pontiac, or Buick. We challenge you to compare ride. Marquis corners flatter, takes dips and bumps with greater stability than last year's Marquis. Before you buy any full-size car, enjoy the experience of test driving the new Marquis at the Sign of the Cat.
Hello again, everybody, live from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto. The third game of the playoffs between Montreal and Toronto. The Gardens beginning to hum already with the excitement of it all. And the Leafs have gone 18 games without a victory over the Canadiens. But they were rather strong, Gary Dornhofer, late in the year, losing only 2 of their last 12 games. And they won their only playoff game to date here at the Gardens.
Well, it's very important tonight, Brian, as we see the people filing in ready for the face-off. As guys like Sittler and McDonald, they have to lead the way, and you know, it's so important to get off to that good start. You know, get the pressure in the Montreal zone and go all out. You know, there's no tomorrow. They don't win tonight, they can get their golf clubs ready.
And we saw Salming skate into the picture there too and put his arm around a teammate, and they're congregated around Mike Palmateer, who was not feeling too well in the last couple of days, was rather ill in practice yesterday, or looked at any rate, but he says, I'm ready tonight, and everybody else is ready. We're ready now for the national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Referee for tonight's game is Brian Lewis. The 2 linesmen are Matt Pavlich and Randy Mitten. Lots of excitement here at Maple Leaf Gardens, and we're Ken Dryden in the nets for the Montreal Canadiens. And down at the other end is young Mike Palmateer with an average of 3.69. And he's adjusting his mask, as you can see. And he's ready to go. Referee Brian Lewis is at center. Sittler is out there with Williams, Hutchison, along with Quenville and Turnbull. So they're using 3 defensemen, 2 forwards. Reinsbrow with Gainey and Chartrand. And it's Larry Robinson and Serge Savard for the Canadiens. A long pass comes down the Leaf blue line, and it's cleared by Turnbull out. Now then, knocked down by Reinsbrow. Knocked back to center ice. Sittler. A pass over to Dave Hutchison. Hutchison with a backhand. Dryden had no trouble with that. It ends up in the corner. Gainey is bumped by Sittler. Hutchison is there. Play is called, and we'll have a face-off.
Bumping already in the corners. We're here with Gary Dornhofer, Bill Hewitt, Howie Meeker in the studio. Jean Pronovo was a guest here a moment ago. We may see him a little later on. Gary, we got a change right here now as McDonald comes out, Bill.
Okay, Brian, the Lanny McDonald replacing Hutchison. So it's Sittler, Williams, and McDonald for this face-off. They didn't drop it fairly as Chartrand went offside. Dougie Risebrough, number 8.
in the face-off circle. There's a good shot of him as the puck comes back to Turnbull. Turnbull got his shot. Dryden gloves it and holds onto it.
Well, of course, Kenny Dryden, really a good angle goaltender, covers a lot of the net, good glove hand. If you're going to beat him, it's that soft goal that usually beats him.
Larry Robinson has it for Montreal. No score. We're in the first minute of the first period. Up for center over Robinson. Gets it over the line. Lanny McDonald was checked right on by Bob Gainey. The puck comes back to Robinson. Here comes the shot. It goes to Turnbull. Gets it out and down the ice. Mike Palmatier was miles out, but if he hadn't have been, that puck would have gone in the net.
Well, Turnbull's been playing goal in practice. It paid off there because he came through with a big save to help out Palmatier.
Well, they're certainly going to have to get an effort from Palmatier. He's the key, and he's going to face some difficult shots, but the competitor he is, he'll be in there fighting, and we saw a great example of this last pressure that Montreal put on there.
We saw Turnbull go to the bench in practice yesterday, Gary. They had a little bit of a scrimmage, and Turnbull yelled out as they lined up, "Which one of you guys is the flower down there?"
Jimmy Jones out there with Jerry Butler and Pat Boutette. The Canadians get a shot, stopped by Jones. Jones for Butler, and it was too far. Dryden into Guy Lapointe has been very steady for the Montreal Canadiens. Up for Steve Shutt to Lemaire. Lemaire is given a bump. Burroughs goes after it. Steve Shutt is there. It comes to Lafleur. Back it goes around on the boards by Engblom and Pat Boutette. Watched by Lafleur. The puck goes loose. Shutt has it. Then he has it knocked off his stick, and Guy Lapointe goes back for it. Guy Lapointe dropping it back for Engblom, and his pass up and to center for Shutt. A long shot. Palmatier had to be very alert on that one. Dave Burroughs. Back of the net as Boutette went down. Now Boria Salmon getting it up to Jimmy Jones. Jones. A flip pass to Boria Salmon. Salmon gets over the line. Gets his shot. Knocked down. The Canadians try to get it out. They can't. Out McKechnie and Ron Ellis. And Ellis is right there. And the puck slides into the corner in back of the net. Picked up by Brian Engblom. He's checked. Ron Ellis with the puck. Ellis trying to center it. McKechnie back of the net. And the puck is still loose. Ron Ellis after it. Cleared it back for McKechnie. McKechnie goes down. Ellis has the puck. Ellis. A back pass for McKechnie. And they hold it against the boards and get a face-off. For Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, this is Stanley Cup 79.
You're looking at just part of the biggest lineup in lawn boy history, the new generation lawn boy mowers with a brand new 2-cycle engine. We tested them for months to prove these tough new lawn boy mowers have a dramatic 20 to 30% more usable power. They even adjust cutting speed automatically for tall or tough grass. The new generation lawn boy mowers with 20 to 30% more usable power, just part of the biggest lineup in lawn boy history.
And there we see Roger Nielsen, Pat Boutette, the Leaf bench. Ready for the face-off in the Montreal zone to the right. 17:24 to go in this first period. There's no score in the game. Serge Savard getting it up to number 11. Ron Lambert over for Napier. Lambert to Napier. Shoots a score!
Oh, he's having a good playoffs, Napier. 2-on-1 with only Palmatier to beat, and a good play by the Canadiens sets them in front 1-0 early in the first period here, Gary.
Right, and you see the whole Montreal bench empty. Hutch gets the puck caught. He doesn't know where it is. He's fighting with... and you see Napier come in there and sweep it home.
Good play by Napier right at the blue line to spring that puck into the center. Then Lambert behind the back. Napier there up over Palmatier. Right. So it's 1-0 very quickly.
Well, he got tied up there with Lambert and just couldn't get good control or find the puck.
1-0 for Montreal. Here they're in again. Lambert a shot. Palmatier caught that.
By number 11, Yvonne Lambert. Number 31, Mark Napier.
Well,
number 18, Serge Savard.
They're going to have to change that because obviously Napier got the goal.
From Mark Napier and Serge Savard.
Savard, who's having a tremendous year for Montreal, got the additional assist, but Napier obviously got the goal. As you can see in the replay, they awarded it to Lambert, but undoubtedly they'll change that.
They're changing it down there now. Serge Savard has gone over to the timers bench.
Again, though, you see Montreal when they have that 2-on-1 break, very seldom do they make any mistakes. And, it was a perfect feed, and Napier had the whole open net.
Pierre Mondeau is the centerman for the Montreal Canadiens. Lambert on the left and Napier on the right. It's up at center ice. Canadiens get control of the puck again. That's Mark Napier back to Lapointe over onto the left wing, and Engblom just shoots it down into Leaf territory. And it's Borje Salming around for Dave Burrows, up for Williams. It's going down the ice. Lapointe goes back for it. Shot it around on the boards, and it comes out to center ice. Borje Salming, a long pass to Gardner. Gardner trying to get it to Saganuk. Rocky Saganuk and Williams. It's knocked down by Gardner. Gardner knocks the puck into the corner. Williams has it. Tried to get it in front of the net, and it's Brian Engblom clearing it off Burrows and down the ice. Burrows goes back for it. 1-0 Montreal, first period. Out on the right side for Rocky Saganuk. Up at center with Gardner. Gardner is stopped at the blue line. Puck is there offside.
Napier scored first before the game. We suggested to Mark that things were really looking up for him in Montreal.
Shown, a lot of confidence in me. He's played me quite a bit the last two games, and, especially playing playoff games. Plus for me, playing against Toronto, and, I've got a lot of friends that cheer for the Leafs that, it's nice that when I talk to them that I can say, well, we beat them and stuff like that.
Mark Napier, who scored to open it here, 1-0 Montreal.
Savard's pass up at center to Risebrough. Risebrough shot it into the corner. It's off the board. Chartrand. Then Gainey. Gainey tried to center it. Quenville clears the puck over to the right side, and Lanny McDonald. His pass off Risebrough, gets it back again, up at center. Left it there. It's cleared by Quenville into John Anderson to Darryl Sittler, and Anderson and there could be a penalty to the Montreal Canadiens, Serge Savard. Tonight's Stanley Cup playoff game is coming to you from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
Looking for good times. Now you know what you might find. Looking for good times. Whatever catches your eye, and when you raise a glass, raise up Canadian. More sun Canadian. More sun Canadian. Raise a glass to the good times.
First penalty of the game goes to Savard for holding at 4:33 against Anderson. The Leafs, remember, have a pretty good power play. They were third in the league in the regular season. Montreal was second on their power play.
Darryl Sittler, Lanny McDonald, Dan Maloney with Borje Salming and Turnbull. The puck is knocked out to center ice. Borje Salming goes back. Jacques Lemaire out there to kill off this penalty, along with Gainey, Robinson, and Guy Lapointe. Down for Lanny McDonald at center. Drives the puck in, back in the net. Dryden couldn't trap it. Maloney's pass goes back to Salming. A shot at the stop. It's right in front. Maloney fired it off the leg wide. Turnbull then takes his shot right on the door. Darryl Sittler.
Gary, you said it. Before the game, they had to get a big game out of Sittler and McDonald, and there's a start for the Leaf captain as he wraps in that rebound and ties it here on the power play.
Well, the key there, Brian, is Turnbull's low shot. He's just interested in getting it on the net. Their rebound, and actually the Leafs had two players there. They had Maloney and also Sittler standing right in front of the net. And look at Sittler's got the whole open net. The defensemen were playing way out in front of the two Leafs. Look at that.
I'm glad you mentioned that low shot, because talking to Darryl a couple of weeks ago, he said the trouble with our power play, a lot of the fellas are shooting far too high. Quenville was one he cited as one who does keep the shot low, and Turnbull another. I think, Brian, most of the defensemen, they feel they have to score from the point, and that's not the idea. Just lay the puck in front of the net, make the goaltender stop it, or get a chance for a deflection, and you'd be surprised what happened. And there was a good example of what will happen on a rebound.
Well, we have a 1-1 tie with 14:54 at the Leaf bench. McDonald, Maloney, and Sittler as they score on a power play with Savard in the penalty box. And we have a 1-1 tie. Here's it. Jones being checked at the Montreal blue line. It's shot back in again. And back there for it is Brian Engblom. Engblom of Montreal out on the left wing. Steve Shutt, number 22, shoots the puck in. He's out there with Guy Lafleur and Jacques Lemaire. Cleared by Pat Boutet. Up for Jerry Butler. Butler to Jones. Jones, the pass, and Lafleur nearly got loose. Boria Salming drives it down the ice. And it ends up back to the Montreal net, and here comes Larry Robinson. Larry Robinson, the center. Long pass to Shutt. Shutt getting into the clear, and he's hauled down by Boria Salming, and there'll be a penalty to the Leafs. Boria Salming for hooking. This is Stanley Cup 79 from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
We're saving $600.
We're saving
This family has rented a Ryder truck
We're saving
and moved
600
500 miles.
We're saving 600.
By packing and moving themselves, they saved a lot of money over what professional movers wanted. True, when you rent a Ryder truck, you have to do the work yourself.
We're saving 600.
But if you just keep repeating how much money you're saving, you'll be amazed how much lighter those cartons will seem.
We're saving $600.
Second penalty goes to Boria Salming of the Leafs here at 5:52, Gary.
Well, it looked like Steve Shutt was going to be right on the net there, and you know, when you talk about taking good penalties, they would have had a good scoring opportunity, and so Salming, he's going to pay the price with this Canadiens attack now.
Puck was cleared down the ice, and Guy Lapointe is back for it. He's out there with Guy Lafleur, Pierre Mondu, Yvon Lambert. Here they come. They shoot the puck in behind the Leaf goal. Palmetier shot it off the glass, but not out. Kept in by Guy Lapointe. And it goes over to Mark Napier. Trying to set up in front for Mondu. Then Quenville goes after the puck. He's against the boards with Lambert. He gets it loose to Mondu. Lambert's broken his stick, though. Mondu trying to get it back to Lafleur. He does. Over it went to Napier. Mark Napier. Back to Guy Lafleur. Lafleur then at Guy Lapointe, a shot. Palmetier stops that. And he shoots it out and down the ice. Leafs make a change. Maloney's out there. Here's Guy Lafleur with a hard drive. And Palmetier had to be alert on that. Quenville gets it out and down the ice. And there's 50 seconds left in the penalty to Boria Salming. 12 minutes, 54 seconds remaining in the first period, a 1-1 tie. Three Canadians come over the line. Rob Gainey, covered by Hutchison. The puck is kicked loose to Serge Savard. Savard fanned on it. Turnbull then gets it ahead of Walt McKechnie. McKechnie up over the line. McKechnie still with it. Right foot to Maloney. Oh, and Dryden stopped that drive by Dan Maloney.
A play by Walt McKechnie, playing short-handed. He persevered. He pushed and pulled his way in there, fed the puck beautifully to Maloney, and they almost scored their second.
Well, it certainly helps to have that long reach. And look at how everybody goes at McKechnie. Leaves Maloney with a wide-open shot, but Dryden came up big.
Dryden didn't know where that puck was. He looked behind him. And that could have trickled through. Boy, we've got some good action here early in the hockey game. 1-1 tie.
You know, with Brian, with Montreal's power play, the way they skate up the ice and control it in the Leafs zone, that was just a super penalty-killing job by the Leafs. They were very aggressive. They challenged the Montreal power play and took the play away from them.
You notice how many sticks are flying through the air. We've had 2 or 3 broken sticks already, and other sticks knocked out. They've got to hang on tonight.
Bad shipment of wood.
20 seconds left in the penalty to Boria Salming. Walt McKechnie losing the puck. Brought up by Napier. A pass to Steve Shutt. That drops it back to Robinson, and he drove it wide. The rebound taken by Engblom. Ryan Engblom feeds it back to Lemaire. Lemaire to Engblom, and went over his stick. Burroughs goes after it. Salming is trying to get on the ice. He does. It's shot down. Kenny Dryden lets it go to Engblom. They're finally going to call it for icing.
A slow whistle there. Roger Nielsen's playoff record, 1-8, lost 9 in 2 playoff seasons. Scotty Bowman, he can hardly remember his playoff losses. Lost only 11 games in the playoffs since 1975.
Well, you know, he's a great coach, but he's always had the players. You know, it really helps when you have a talented team as Montreal.
Fellas, I can't figure why Turnbull didn't get an assist on that Leaf goal. Sittler from McDonald and Maloney.
I'm sure they're going to change that, Brian, because Turnbull did shoot the puck.
It's Borja Salming to Lanny McDonald. Over it goes to Borja Salming. Back to Burroughs. Burroughs, a long pass for Lanny McDonald. He's going over the line. Shoot! Oh!
The Leafs come off the bench again. McDonald with a brilliant shot. Finds a corner. And it's 2-1 Toronto.
Well, they're certainly going in the right direction. You know, we had said Sittler and McDonald have to lead the way, and now it's McDonald's turn, and what a shot.
Well, you notice how confident he sounded before the game. McDonald came on camera, said, well, he talked about 4 straight. I don't know whether he really believes that or not, but look at the way he drilled that one past Dryden.
You know, Dryden comes out here, trying to cut down the angle. But watch that right-hand corner. Just inside the goalpost. Just a great shot.
Dryden did appear to give him a little bit of room on that side. On that replay, you can notice it especially well. He gave him a little bit more room than he intended, I'm sure.
Well, you know what a lot of goalies will do, Brian, is they'll want a shooter to shoot at a certain spot. So in other words, if Dryden wants him to shoot at that right-hand corner, he'll give him a little more room there. But I would always feel confident in trying to get a shooter to shoot it at my glove, especially if I have a good glove hand. But McDonald certainly picked that corner.
Bob Key. 2 minutes for unsportsmanlike conduct.
He gets an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty after the goal.
And so the Leafs with a man advantage and leading by a score of 2-1. Have Borja Salming with the puck. Up for Walt McKechnie. McKechnie covered by Savard. Sittler pokes it over to Turnbull. Over the line. Turnbull took a shot, and McKechnie a drive. Oh, Dryden just got his glove up on that in time. Salming trying to feed it back for Sittler. Finally, Robinson shoots it out to center, and there's Turnbull. Ian Turnbull moves up through center again, and is stopped by Savard as it's tapped over the glass into the crowd.
Well, a little agitated behind that Montreal bench. I think he wants to know the explanation for the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, perhaps. No, it must be more than that, Gary.
I'm glad we can't lip read.
I think he's questioning an offside call.
Ian Turnbull, his pass intercepted by Savard. Savard gets it back to Robinson. Robinson shot it over for Lemaire, and Lemaire drives it down the ice. 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining in Gainey's penalty. Leafs have a 2-1 lead in this first period. Borja Salming coming up to his own blue line. A pass through to Lanny McDonald. McDonald knocked it to the boards. Robinson finds an opening and shoots it down the ice. 52 seconds left in the penalty as Ian Turnbull is back to the Maple Leaf net. Turnbull coming out. A pass over to Sittler. Sittler drives it in. Gardner goes after it. Dryden knocked it to the board. Gardner then for Lanny McDonald, and Turnbull had moved up too far, and they shoot it back into their own zone. Borja Salming. Back of the net. Salming starts out. A pass ahead to Sittler. Sittler going down with Gardner over the line. Sittler getting it in the corner. Getting it ahead of him was Robinson. The puck slides to Savard. Savard shoots it, and it goes off Turnbull out to center ice. Borja Salming again with 4 seconds. Over to Sittler, and they call it offside. Paul Gardner on the right wing.
This has not been a hitting game so far, Gary. A little bit of well, rough play in the corners, but nothing like we saw in the first couple of games.
Well, you know, Brian, it goes in spurts, but the Montreal Canadiens are so fast. For the Leafs to continually try to take runs at them, I don't think they can do it because the Canadiens are very elusive, and the Leafs, in trying to hit Montreal, will just get themselves out of position. I think I would try and skate with them and check as well as they can. See what happens.
Gainey standing up, just 1 second left in his unsportsmanlike penalty.
Pierre Mondu out there with Mark Napier. Napier's over the line. Gainey's back out. And it's shot by Lupien, number 24. And the puck ends up in the corner, and it goes around to Dan Maloney. Maloney to McKechnie. McKechnie ran into Lupien. The puck goes to Engblom. Engblom shoots it out over the line. McKechnie was knocked down. Dave Burrows along the boards, knocks his man off the puck, and Maloney comes back. Maloney shoots, and he shot it wide. Over for Lambert. Ahead to Pierre Mondu with Napier. 2-1. Oh, and nice save by Palmatier on the short side. Back up for Burrows. Burrows to center. Shot the puck in. Ellis goes after it. Dryden leaves it into Lupien, who was given a bump. Napier missed a check, but Ellis has the puck. He was spun around, and Maloney knocks it into the corner. Goes around to Lupien. As Williams bumping with Engblom. Engblom has it now over here on the right side. Feeds it ahead to Steve Shutt. Shutt took a shot off Hutchison. And Dave Hutchison has the puck. Over it goes for Pat Boutet. Ahead to Williams. Took his shot. That's wide of the net. Dryden gets it back to Robinson. Long pass for Steve Shutt. Palmatier's out of the net. And he shot it, and it goes into the Leaf bench. With the score, Toronto 2, Montreal 1. This is Stanley Cup 79.
Now, from Braun into the domain of the rotary shaver comes the new Braun Micron. Look, this is the shaving area of the rotary head. The Braun Micron foil is 30% thinner for a closer, cleaner shave. The thinner the foil, the closer Braun shaves. Our design is to shave you closer than the rotary. The new Braun Micron.
And Scotty Bowman looking on as they get set to face off. Williams, Boutet, and Butler against Lemaire, Shutt, and Lafleur. Toronto leading by a score of 2-1 in this first period. Puck back at the blue line, knocked back out again. Ron Langway is out there for the first time in the game, number 17 for Montreal Canadiens. It goes to Langway. Langway took a high shot, and that's knocked down. And Ian Turnbull shoots it over to Pat Boutet. Up for Tiger Williams. That was too far for him. And it goes down the ice. Langway will touch it. And that's icing called against the Leafs with 7:34 remaining in the first period, right?
Well, the Leafs were looking for targets on that last shift, Gary. They were looking for people to knock down.
Well, Brian, you just indicated that, we would like to see more hitting, and it's like you had a pipeline down to the ice because that one shift was excellent body checking by the Leafs. You know, this key here, watching this line, Lemaire, Shutt, and Lafleur, I think we can really get into that, with the checking that the Leafs have to do against this line. Gloria Salming back of the net. Salming up to Pat Boutet. Boutet just dumps the puck out and down to the blue line. Guy Lapointe. A pass up at center for Shutt. Shutt is dumped. Play goes right on. Larry Robinson. A pass over for Lemaire. Lemaire drops it to Robinson. He takes his shot and he fired it wide. Dave Burrows with the puck. Off the boards for Jerry Butler. Shot it out and down to center. Goes back to Lapointe. Over to Robinson. Robinson to Lafleur. And he's stopped by Pat Boutet. And the puck goes all the way down into Montreal territory. Robinson to Lapointe. Lapointe shooting it into Leaf territory. Salming. Chartrand's there, number 27. But Salming has the puck up to the blue line. Robinson hesitated, went back, and it goes to Sir Savard. Up for Dougie Risebrough. Risebrough is dumped. He goes right on again. Anderson this time comes over the line, working his way through, and he just failed to get by the Montreal defense. The long pass up to Risebrough. Risebrough, a pass to Chartrand. He drove it wide. Lanny McDonald comes back with Anderson. They're over the line. Anderson getting in front, takes his shot. Oh, he just missed the corner. Boreas Salming's backhand into the corner. Lanny McDonald couldn't trap it. Lambert to Chartrand to Risebrough. Risebrough going down with a shot. Palmatier stopped that. Made by Lanny McDonald out to center ice, and this period is really moving. A long shot by Brian Engblom. Palmatier to John Anderson. Anderson just gets rid of it down the ice. There was a man in position, so there's no icing on the call. At least thought there might have been. They're changing. Napier's pass over the line. Quenville. Lambert stopped that. Canadians have the puck in. Sir Savard with a drive. Palmatier stops that. And Dan Maloney. Then we're going to have a penalty here. Turnbull. This Stanley Cup playoff game is coming to you from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
The Goodyear Eagle, the Flex 10 radial tire. The Goodyear Eagle with Flex 10 belts. Pound for pound is stronger than steel. For extra mileage. For superb cornering and stopping. For total confidence.
Turnbull protested his innocence on this penalty. Gary, let's see the play develop again. Let's see. He was interfering with Napier in front of the goal, according to the referee.
Well, they're fighting, both fighting for the puck. I'm glad I didn't have to call it. Anyway, let's follow Lafleur around on this one. Watch how that puck seems to follow him.
Guy Lapointe to Guy Lafleur to Lapointe. Lapointe getting set with a shot. Palmatier has that. Left it at the side of the net for Boreas Salming. And look out, that's into the Leaf bench.
Turnbull, or rather Salming, Gary, makes that play, I think, as well as anybody in hockey. I mean, spinning behind the net, taking his backhand shot, and getting the puck down the ice to relieve the pressure. He does it as well as anybody I've ever seen.
Yeah, he has a lot of talent. You know, I'm surprised that Montreal hasn't used Robinson up on the forward line, and oh, here he comes.
Yeah. Your pipeline's working too.
You know, what a key he is out there, because one thing, when he gets in front of the net, they're not going to get him out of there.
They started play before Lambert could get off the ice. Very close to being too many men on the ice. It's Boreas Salming. Coming out over the blue line, up at center ice. Over the line, still has it. Lemire went after it. But Boreas Salming's trying to control it. It goes back to the net. Guy Lapointe has it now for Montreal. 1:23 remaining in the penalty. Toronto leads 2-1 in the first period. Guy Lafleur ahead to Robinson. Robinson's over the line. Takes his shot. Hits Salming. Comes back to Lapointe. And Lapointe is checked, and it goes out to center ice. Now then, Jacques Lemire. Stopped by Quenville. Quenville goes down the ice, and he was hit by Robinson. Guy Lafleur fell. Jimmy Jones then to Walt McKechnie. McKechnie still with the puck. Gets it back to Dave Will. Over to Hutchison. Hutchison drives it at center ice. That's broken up. Canadians come over the line. Lafleur and Mondeau. It goes back to Robinson and into Lambert. And Mondeau gets it back to Robinson. Over to Savard. Then to Lafleur. Right in front of the net. Oh, Palmatier stopped out. It's shot back to Savard. A shot. That's knocked down. And McKechnie drives it down the ice. Savard goes back. There's Savard. Watched by Maloney. And Engblom. Savard. Up to Mondu. He's over the line. Turnbull is back out as the puck goes to the corner. Hutchison didn't touch it. Chartrand covered by Burrow. And Maloney. Headman's at Darryl Sittler. He and Turnbull. Turnbull goes straight down the ice. And he can't get by the Montreal defense. Back up for Mondu again. He's over the line. Here Mondu. A pass to Geeney. And his shot is high off the glass. Darryl Sittler over to Turnbull again. Ahead for John Anderson. He's over the line. Anderson stops. Has it in the corner. Gives it to Sittler. And Lanny McDonald didn't see it coming. Back for Chartrand. Over the line. Hard drive. That's up over top of the net. Bounces into the corner. Lanny McDonald shoots it out and down the ice. It's going to go over the red line. That'll be icing. Live from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, the Stanley Cup playoffs.
This is Varipel with the exclusive Envirosol system, the exterior wood preservative that's so effective you can think of it as wood insurance. Watch, we soak 2 pieces of wood in water for 24 hours. Then we bake them at 225 degrees for 1 hour. After all this, the wood treated with Varipel is still protected. Protect your investment. Get Varipel and get yourself some wood insurance.
Flecto, when you want to do it right.
And there we see the teams lining up now. The time to play is 2:13. The Leafs leading by a score of 2-1 in this first period. The Leafs have the puck. Anderson to Williams. Back for Anderson, and he just couldn't control it. Now it's Mark Napier. Over the line. Drops it back for Risebrough. Risebrough's pass. Boris Salming then was given a ride. And the puck goes to Anderson, to Ian Turnbull. Turnbull up the center, over the line. Took his shot. Napier bumped into him twice. And Larry Robinson has the puck. Gardner, Williams, and Anderson. Williams after his man, but it's out for Bob Gainey. Gainey gets over the line, and then was checked by Boris Salming, and there's going to be a penalty.
Well, obviously, Rogers told his charges to play the man tonight. Minute 31 left in this period. Gainey.
Paul Gardner gets the penalty for slashing.
Well, this is a key part in the game right here, Brian. You know, with a minute and 31 to go, the Leafs have that goal lead, and they just don't want to cough up a goal here and go into the dressing room tied. You know, the Leafs are just playing with a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of desire right now, and they want to keep that momentum going. This has been a good first period for Toronto. It's been a good, exciting first period of hockey. I hope everybody along the line's enjoying it. Gardner goes for slashing at 18:29. The minor officials tonight are from the Islanders. Gainey taking this rush down the boards. There it is right there.
That was it. Well, so far, the Canadiens just haven't been able to get on track in their power play. And, you know, it all starts in your own end. It's how you come out of your own end with a little speed and then get in the opposition. And the Leafs penalty killers are very aggressive, and they're challenging the Montreal power play.
Let's go downstairs quickly to Dave Hodge. In the first intermission, we'll put everybody to work, here from Howie and Gary and Brian as well, and we'll have highlights of other series.
As Guy Lafleur has the puck back in his own zone with a minute and 22 seconds remaining in the period. Guy Lapointe's pass for Jacques Lemaire. He's over the line. Lemaire with the puck. Jacques Lemaire for Serge Savard. Savard watched by Jones. Back to Lemaire. It comes back out here in front, and there's going to be a penalty.
Well, that happened in front of the net, and we were watching the little duel going on at the blue line between Savard and Jimmy Jones in a penalty killing role. Now, it's going to be Guy Lapointe, I believe. going to the penalty box. Gary, I didn't see what he was doing in there, did you?
No, I was watching the play at the blue line with Lemaire. But I know that he may have thrown an elbow or a high stick. Let's
interference here with Burroughs.
Well, I'll tell you, that's where all the action takes place. You know, each player jockeying for position.
Normally in a situation like that, you would anticipate the defensive player perhaps getting the penalty more often than the offensive player.
You know, there's no reason to get in front of a net in a situation like that. You know, you're just wearing yourself out. Again, as we had stated so many times, is just when a shot is directed, try to get in position, and then when you see a shot being directed at the net, then skate in front of the goalie.
Guy Lafleur with the puck. Teams are even at 5-a-side. Less than a minute to go in the first period. Toronto leading by a score of 2-1. As Larry Robinson comes to center ice, over the line, stopped by Lanny McDonald. Lanny McDonald was stopped by Lemaire. Sittler turns now at center, goes to Lanny McDonald. McDonald to pass to Sittler, takes his shot, he fired it wide. Lanny McDonald missed Robinson with a check, but here comes Guy Lafleur over the blue line, dropped it back to Lemaire. Lemaire getting around Sittler, over to Robinson, a shot, and that went off Borje Salming's ankle and up into the crowd.
I tell you, Borje Salming is having a fine game tonight. He's blocking shots, taking the body, carrying the puck, and that's the kind of a performance you need, along with Palmatieri. You know, that's when guys come out with individual efforts like that, it's contagious. It spreads right along the whole bench. You see a guy going out there and really busting his tail, then you ask yourself, well, you know, I better get in the act too and do the same thing. And that's how you gain that momentum and that desire on your bench, which is so necessary.
Jacques Lemaire facing off against Sittler on the draw to Lafleur. Back to Savard, over to Robinson, a shot. Palmatier goes down and covers up.
Palmatier looks very quick in goal tonight. You recall the other night he had to leave the game in Montreal. And at practice yesterday, he really looked wan, Gary. He put a hockey stocking over his head to keep warm, and people were, I think, a little concerned about his condition, but he looks very good in there tonight.
You know, it's surprising, Brian, how an individual play his best game when he's not feeling good.
Yes, that's true. Yep.
You know, some nights you go out there and you just feel like $1 million and you stink the joint
works,
out.
huh?
McKechnie for the face-off. Lemaire wins it back to Savard. Gets it to Lemaire. Lemaire shot it into the corner, nowhere near Robinson. And the Leafs have possession with 10 seconds remaining in the period. Up to Darryl Sittler, knocked off his stick. Lafleur gets it back. And Serge Savard goes over to Larry Robinson. And there goes the bell to end the first period. And so the score at the end of the first period is Toronto 2 and Montreal 1.
Let's hear it on weekends. You can do what you want to do then. Hey, are you breaking away this weekend? Hey, hey, breaking away for the good times. Hey, hey, breaking away for the good times. Hey, are you breaking away this weekend? Then raise a glass of the beer. Let's brew for this country. Molson Canadian. Molson Canadian. Raise a glass of Canadian to the good times.
Right now, you can get special option packages on Ford Explorer pickups. Explorer pickups come with special paint, tape stripes, and interiors, special wheel covers, and more at special prices. Take options like a box cover, power steering, cruise-o-matic, and air conditioning. The value adds up as you add on. See your Ford or Mercury dealer now for Explorer pickups. Ford, the best-selling name in pickups.
The Maple Leafs 2 and the Montreal Canadiens 1 at the end of one period. Napier opened the scoring for Montreal at 2:48, and the Leafs came back on a power play. Darryl Sittler's third of the playoffs at 5:06, and Lanny McDonald put Toronto ahead with his third playoff goal, his third in this series. At 8:14, Toronto 2 and the Canadiens 1. Montreal outshot Toronto 13-7. Howie Meeker, there's some psychological impact, I think, at work in this series. The Leafs, under coach Roger Nielsen, have never beaten the Canadiens. And I wonder just how much of an effect this might be having on the Leafs. There is the feeling that if they could get one win, this could be a much more interesting series than a lot of people think.
Dave, I don't think it should bother him here in Toronto. All right, maybe in Montreal, where the Canadiens always operate under a full head of steam. They're tough to beat anywhere, but particularly at the Montreal Forum, they always play so well. Here, I would think if they continue to skate the way they're doing, the defensemen are handling the puck better than any time in the series. They're not allowing the Canadiens to exert any pressure at all, and all you have to do is shoot the cotton-picking puck at Dryden. And something's got to happen. If you get it at the net, get it at the net. And they got 2 goals because of it.
He said they're skating, and there had been the idea that they have to hit the Canadiens, slow them down to their speed. The other theory, and maybe the one we're seeing put into practice tonight, is to beat Montreal, you just have to try and outskate them no matter how fast they are.
That's right, and again, you have to get back into your own zone for a change. I think the Toronto Maple Leaf wingers are doing a heck of a job because they're forcing the Canadiens to shoot it in. And the defensemen are getting back there, getting the puck, getting turned around, and have it on the way out before the Canadian checkers can make contact with them. But Palmateer's the key. The little fellow stands up, plays like a trooper, got a chance.
And it's hardly a coincidence that the Leafs are ahead and Sittler and McDonald have scored the goals. There might not have been a way to notice a dispute after the McDonald goal, except that Bob Gainey got an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, and if people are wondering, I think you might be able to tell them what he was complaining about.
Well, we want to take a look at this. It might have been just a wee little bit offside. You'll see Salming and Burroughs handle the puck. It's put back into the Leaf zone again very wisely. They're not running into the heavy traffic. They're controlling the puck deep in their own zone. Salming over to Burroughs. Now watch the pass. Super pass right on the stick. But is he onside or offside? Back it up. Hey, Topo, roller again. Okay, let her go.
I guess the question is, when does he get the puck?
Yeah, I think it's tied. Yeah.
Or does that Montreal player in the middle of the ice touch the puck?
You'll see Dryden here come way out. He should have stopped the shot. Boy, McDonald really cranked up and let it go, but bad angle, really a bad angle. He come out facing the puck and it was off the angle just a little bit. Dryden normally would handle a shot like that, no trouble.
McDonald scores a few of them like that. No, there's probably nobody better in the league from that very position with that type of shot. I know that Lafleur and Bossy score more goals than McDonald does, but he seems to have a knack right from that position of putting the puck in the net. I think when we talk about Leafs' confidence and what a win might do for them, I think we saw an example of what coming from behind to take the lead might have done. They were ahead in Montreal in game number 1, but there was always a feeling that the Canadiens hadn't started yet. Canadiens started tonight. They got the first goal. For the Leafs to come back, it just seemed to lift them in that first period. Now, whether it remains that way for the rest of the game, we'll have to find out.
Well, I think they're on a high, and they really have to win. The Toronto Maple Leaf fans have been super all winter long. They've played some wonderful hockey in here, and I don't think they're going to go out 4 straight. No way.
I don't know that we should be placing too much emphasis on that offside goal. The officiating is part of the game, and McDonald did score with a good shot. It's 2-1, and the Canadiens did kill the penalty by Gainey, which might have been a big call if the Leafs made it 3-1. Next, we'll have highlights of other series as Stanley Cup 79 continues in just a moment.
Hey, come here. Take a look at this. See? Wow! The new McCulloch chainsaws. This is the new Power Mac 320.
Look at these teeth.
They can sharpen themselves with the press of this button.
Wow!
And see this?
Is that a tail?
No, it's a handle mounted to soak up vibration.
What's this?
McCulloch's chain brake handguard for safety.
That's smart.
No other saw at any price has all those features.
The new 300 series, part of the full new line of McCulloch home and professional chainsaws. At your McCulloch dealer now.
Steel, the powerful muscle behind the Uniroyal steel-belted radio. The tire that's built with 2 steel belts for strength. micro-tested for long tire life. The Uniroyal steel-belted radial, steel for strength, micro-tested for long tire life. Uniroyal, the wheels of steel.
Well, it's high time I was breaking away, 'cause it's my time. Gonna have it my way, gonna grab my friends and head out today. We're gonna raise our glass to the good times. Molson Canadian, Molson Canadian, raise a glass of Canadian, raise a glass to the good times.
We have some catching up to do and bringing you highlights of other series. It's going to take us both intermissions tonight to do it. Let's go back to Wednesday night for the second quarterfinal games in Philadelphia, on Long Island, and at the Boston Garden, the second game.
Billy Smith of the New York Islanders was invincible, stopping everything the Chicago Blackhawks threw at him and benefiting from a little luck when he momentarily lost sight of the puck after making this save on Tom Lysiak. For 3 periods, the Hawks goalie, Tony Esposito, also was invincible, and he had to make 38 saves, more than twice as many as Smith, and some of them in batches as the Islanders swarmed over him like a hive of angry bees. But Esposito fended them off, and the game went scoreless into overtime, where the Islanders displayed their clam-digging skills to win the game. With Reggie Kerr riding him into the boards, Clark Gillies pried the puck loose, fed Brian Trottier behind the net. Trottier slipped it to Mike Bossy, who fired it in off Esposito's hip into the goal. Final score, 1-0, and that Virginia is playing.
of those quarterfinal series in our second intermission. Next, we'll hear from Brian McFarland and Gary Dornhofer as we return with the Stanley Cup playoffs in just a moment.
Back in 1832, Halifax was a growing seaport, trading lumber and fish in the markets of the Caribbean and Great Britain. That was the year a handful of merchants formed Halifax's first public bank, the Bank of Nova Scotia. They believed that making an investment in hard-working people was a good investment. They weren't wrong. 50 years later, Scotiabank opened a Winnipeg office and helped the Western farmer harvest another kind of sea, a sea of wheat. In the late 1950s, banks weren't in the business of promoting small personal loans. Scotiabank made it their business and started giving credit where credit was due. Investing in hard-working people with imagination. It was a good idea back in 1832, and it's a good idea today.
What's the great name in sports? For over 100 years, the name Spalding has been found wherever great athletes meet to test their skills. When you want sports equipment that lets you be your best, choose Spalding, the great name in sports.
The winners of the Stanley Cup not only get a big, fat playoff check, they get a big, fat playoff ring, and this is something they'll cherish forever. Gary Dornhofer has one about 4 pounds heavier on his right hand. Where's your other one?
Oh, that's sitting in a drawer. Brian, the money's all gone. That's all I have left is the ring.
Hang on to it. How about a comment on that first period quickly?
Well, I thought the Maple Leafs certainly played with a lot of enthusiasm. Every single player, every time he was out in that ice, he gave 100%, and that's what they need. You know, the one guy can't go out there and have a bad shift. It's as simple as that.
And this matchup, Boutet against Lafleur, and that big line, how's it working out?
Well, again, that's the key. That line has scored 7 of the 11 goals for Montreal, so they certainly have to be paid special attention. One thing, though, you know, when Boutet and his line is out there, you know, Jones right, they're out there checking. They're concentrating so much on playing defense, sometimes that's an advantage for Lafleur's line, because they know that once they get the puck over center, they're just going to dump it in. But if they can keep them off the scoreboard, I think the Leafs have an excellent chance.
And Lafleur's doing a good job of containing Boutet, too. So how about the goal by Sittler?
That was a great play. Again, the importance of that shot getting through from the defenseman. You're going to see the pass come back to Turnbull, and he's going to lay it on the net. You know, it's not a powerful shot, but look at the position that Sittler has on the play. They're both inside the defenseman. Nobody there to take them out of the play. The rebound comes right to Sittler. It's in the net.
Okay, they're almost ready to start play. Live from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, the Stanley Cup playoffs.
In 1929, this Niagara generating station was the largest in the world. Generators built in Peterborough by Canadian General Electric and turbines built in Montreal by Dominion Engineering, a CGE company, were part of it. Today's Grand Coulee project in Washington State uses turbines engineered by Dominion and the world's most powerful hydro generators built in Canada by CGE. Progress for people from Canadian General Electric.
If your engine isn't starting on cue, put in a fresh set of Champion spark plugs at least once a year. Champion in your engine can make beautiful music together. Get started with Champion.
And we're getting set for the second period now as the teams come to center ice. Summary of that first period. At 2:48, it was Napier. At 5:06, Darryl Sittler. 8:14, Lanny McDonald. And there's the shots, 13-7 in favor of Montreal.
And Bill, they did add, or change the assist rather, giving Turnbull the assist on the Sittler goal, as we thought they might.
You know, Brian, another interesting matchup is Bob Gainey, who is probably the best defensive forward in the National Hockey League. We'll be watching McDonald tonight, so we're certainly going to have to pay special attention to these two guys because they're both strong and they can throw their weight around.
Teams are even at 5 aside, of course. There's 27 seconds left and counting in Gardner's penalty and 47 counting for Guy Lapointe. There's Savard, back of the net. Leafs have a 2-1 lead as we get into the second period. Jacques Lemaire up at center. Takes a shot that's going high and it had enough to go over the glass.
Oh, sign that guy up. Give him a glove. He doesn't need one. Boreas Salming, Gary, played 13 minutes and 20 seconds in that first period. And remember, he had a minor penalty as well.
Isn't it great to be in the shape that he's in?
Sunday, April 22nd, quarterfinal game number 4. It'll be 7 o'clock start Eastern Time here at Maple Leaf Gardens.
Boreas Salming, back of the net. He's got Sittler on his left. Lanny McDonald gets the pass, though, and Gardner is on the ice. Over the line, Lanny McDonald drives it around on the glass, all the way to the blue line. Turnbull is hit by Bob Gainey, and Gainey shoots the puck out. Salming goes back for it. 7 seconds remaining in the penalty to Lapointe. A pass goes ahead to Darryl Sittler, up at center, over the red line, over the blue line. A pass on the wing and a drive, and Dryden stopped that. Pat Boutet trying to get out in front, and it goes to Serge Savard. Savard chopped it out. Now here's each shot being hooked by Pat Boutet. He goes right on. It's shot in over the line, and Lanny McDonald turning now at the blue line. Shot into the corner. Off the boards to Guy Lapointe. Guy Lapointe's pass out at center ice goes all the way down to Boreas Salming. Salming over to Dave Burrows. Burrows is checked. Lambert shoots the puck in. Boreas Salming back for it. Salming lost it the first time. Burrows tipping it off to the wing. Guy Lapointe moves in, and his backhand ends up in the corner. Ron Ellis clearing it back. Lambert took Salming out. Lambert trying to get his stick loose. It's cleared, though, by Sittler and Maloney trying to come out. Maloney gives it back to Salming. Around for Burrows. Burrows, a long pass over here for Ellis. Now Sittler follows up over the line with Maloney. Maloney takes his shot. Dryden stopped that. Then Ellis a drive, and Lapointe slides along the ice and made the save himself.
What a save by Guy Lapointe.
From Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, this is Stanley Cup 79.
Nice of you to have me aboard your private plane, JP.
Not at all. For my very special business associates, it's first class all the way. Miss Hopkins?
Yes, sir. May I offer you some caviar, some cold pheasant with truffles, perhaps?
No, just a golden.
Golden?
Molson Golden, the good, smooth one.
Oh, well, we don't seem to have any golden aboard.
No, golden.
Well, we do have some nice imported. Bill?
Some people will jump at the chance to go for a golden.
Miss Hopkins!
Actually, a lot of people.
And there you see Roger Nielsen, the Leaf bench. As they line up for the face-off, Pat Boutet out there at center with Williams on the left wing and Butler on the right side. Cleared by Burrows. Butler was knocked down, and Guy Lapointe has it. He's out there with Napier, Lafleur, Shutt. As they come to center, a pass over the line. Quenville hauled down Napier. Quenville has lost his stick. It's shot down the ice, and it's going to be called back for a racing as soon as it's touched by Guy Lapointe.
You know, Quenville gets more confident all the time, Gary. This young fella, he said he was very nervous when he went into the playoffs, his first playoffs this year against Atlanta, but every game he looks a little better out there.
Brian, that experience that you get year after year in the playoffs, you know, it has to help. And when you're playing against the defending champions, you know, what better way to get going? You know, Roger Nielsen keeps switching players. Now he's got Boutet playing center ice here, and has Williams watching Lafleur.
Lafleur wins the draw, goes back, a shot, and that one just seemed to graze the post. Pat Boutet's pass for Williams. Jerry Butler goes after it. Williams took the puck. He centered it, but Pat Boutet wasn't there in front. Turnbull's backhand. LaFleur knocked that down. Now then we have Jerry Butler into a mix-up.
That took place as the puck was skidding into the Leaf zone. There was a helmet loss deep in the Montreal end, and Ken Dryden retrieved that and sent it sliding down the ice. It's Engblom, number 3, getting up, and Butler, 17, still trying to get the last word in.
Brian, it started right behind Dryden there when they both collided into the boards. Butler ran Engblom into the boards, and then maybe some words exchanged between the two players, and then they went at it again.
Tonight's Stanley Cup playoff game is coming to you from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
The Mach 2 by Arrow. A tapered shirt that fits you perfectly, because only the Mach 2 is tailored to the contours of your body, with a dart here and here. Has sleeves the length you choose, and if you wish, a patented marked collar. The only collar shaped to fit the cone of your neck. That's the Mach 2, the perfect tapered shirt. Fittingly made only by Arrow.
Number 17, Jerry Butler, 2 minutes for roughing, 2 minutes for fighting.
Butler gets 4 minutes in penalties. He gets the double minor. And Engblom, number 3, gets 1 minor for fighting. That's the start of it, right in behind the net.
Time 3:01.
LaPointe was in there briefly, too. This all came at 3:01 into the second period. The Leafs leading the hockey game 2-1. Butler gets 4 minutes, Engblom 2.
16:59 remaining to play in the second period. Toronto 2, Montreal 1.
I always wondered what Roger wore under that shirt of his.
That's a matchup I like to see right out there. Lemaire and LaFleur against Sittler and McDonald. A lot of talent.
Boria Salming gets it over for Lanny McDonald. McDonald off LaFleur's leg, and it ends up on Serge Savard's stick to Larry Robinson. Robinson, a pass up for LaFleur. LaFleur goes over the line. His shot stopped by Burrow. Darryl Sittler tried to get away, and Lemaire got back to Robinson with it. Larry Robinson, a pass to Jacques Lemaire. Lemaire coming up through center to the Leaf line and over. Dropped it back to LaFleur. LaFleur nearly lost his stick, gets it into Serge Savard. Savard right onto Darryl Sittler's stick. Sittler with a pass to Burroughs. Burroughs breaking into the clear. Dryden's out of the net. And it goes off to the side, and Lemaire brings it back. Over the line, stop, shoot, weak, and it's knocked into the corner by Mike Palmatier. Boria Salming turning in his own zone. Out there with Sittler and Lanny McDonald. Sittler took the pass over the line. Goes to Salming, and his shot was off the target. Neil LaFleur coming back out to his own blue line, up at center. LaFleur over the line, stop. Flips it over for Pierre Mondu, and Mondu goes back out over the line, gets it over though to Gainey. Bob Gainey trying to cut in. He's off to the side. Bob Gainey then feeds it to Larry Robinson, a shot. Robinson going right in, she scores!
Little mix-up in front of Palmatier there as Robinson took his time on that shot, tied it up with a quick shot behind Palmatier. It's 2-2 now. Let's take a look at the replay.
Well, 2 Leaf players on the block shot will skate away from the puck. They both skate away in the corner, not facing the play, and that allows Robinson just to pick up the loose puck and score.
Palmatier with a teammate right down on the net behind him. Let's watch it from this angle. Off the skate of Turnbull. That's Salming who fell over Palmatier and went into the net. So did the puck. 2-2 tie. 15:25 to play. Second period.
Back for Larry Robinson. Here's the scoring play.
Assist number 23, Bob Gainey, and number 6, Pierre Mondu. Time 4:35.
4:35 as Montreal come in again. The point shot one wide. ends up behind the goal. And Dan Maloney feeds it to Walt McKechnie. Up with Ian Turnbull. Turnbull lost it to Larry Robinson. Up at center ice for Guy Lapointe. Missed a check from Turnbull, but then was off balance. Puck shot back down the ice, and Larry Robinson has it. Robinson with a score tie, 2-2. Being very deliberate on the way he comes out. Canadians with Steve Shutt over the line. Shutt trying to cut in. He centered it, and Quenneville just drives it down the ice. We now have the Leafs shorthanded. Guy Lafleur got checked by Walt McKechnie, and Lafleur got it away from him again. Guy Lafleur up at center, over the line. Lafleur into the corner, flies behind the net. Tried to center it, he still has the puck. And it's intercepted by Maloney, and Lafleur fell. The puck knocked over the line. Here's Mark Napier getting a chance. Quenneville's out of the play. Oh, and Napier shot it wide, off the post, when he had Palmateer down. Goes into the corner. Canadians with a man right in front of it. He scores! Jacques Lemaire standing right in front.
Take a look at Palmateer. He may have been shaken up on that play when he lost his stick, and the Canadians take the lead. Some slick passing in front of that Leaf goal, and a very disconsolate Palmateer skating away from the net now, Gary.
Well, one thing, watch Lemaire, how he doesn't waste any time putting that puck in the net. As soon as it's on his stick, he'll release it. Bingo. You know, why give a goalie a chance to get set up? And that's why he's such a dangerous player when he's in front.
Look at all the room he has there, and Palmateer almost got it with his stick, not quite. And as you mentioned, he gets that quick release. That puck is gone as soon as it hits his stick. Jacques Lemaire at 6'12".
You know, Brian, watching this line, I still think that he is the key of that line. You know, not taking any away from Guy Lafleur and Shutt, but Lemaire, he's the quiet hero of that line. He makes things go, and I think he's the more dangerous player when he's in the slot area, you know, on a pass from Lafleur or Shutt. You give it to him, and it's going to be in the net.
Robinson gets the puck to Savard, back to Robinson. Robinson's pass for Gainey. He's out there with Risebrow. Gainey comes to the Leafs blue line, gets it over, goes after it, and Salming is there. Then Salming with the puck, trying to get out on the right side. They lost it. Gainey's got it, trying to center it. Puck along the boards by Rick Chartrand. Chartrand kicks it loose to Bob Gainey. Bob Gainey and the Canadians manhandled by Salming. The puck comes out to center ice. Robinson and Savard trying to get control of it. And Serge Savard goes back to Larry Robinson. And then Williams and Savard.
Nothing developed there. And you know, Gainey played that well. He didn't want to be third man into a situation like that, so he kind of pushed his own man, Savard, out of the play.
Well, you know how important Savard is to Montreal's defense, and what Gainey wants to do is keep him on the ice. Why put him in the penalty box for 5 minutes?
This is Stanley Cup 79 from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
There's only one.
Hey, where are you going?
We're going to get some beer.
Well, we've got some in the fridge.
But your dad's coming. I want to get some Brador. There's only one.
Hey, Brador, what's the occasion?
Have a seat. Occasion? Gary brought back my snowblower.
There's only one.
Hey, Craig, I got those playoff tickets. That calls for a Brador.
There's only one Brador.
Roughing penalties handed out here to Savard and Williams at 6:56 as Scotty chomps on another chunk of ice.
Right. You know, it's amazing how momentum shifts from team to team. All of a sudden, the Canadians are controlling the game. But, you know, Toronto, just keep your composure, keep plugging away, and work after that next goal. There certainly is a lot of time left, and they, don't have to open up or gamble.
Well, they have Sittler out there, Lanny McDonald, Turnbull, and Salming. Guy Lapointe up to Yvon Lambert, and Lambert right to Salming. Salming just shoots it right back in again. The teams are even at 5 aside. Montreal leading Toronto 3-2. 2 unanswered goals in the second period have given Montreal the lead. Ian Turnbull just missed a terrific jolt from Guy Lapointe. Lapointe gets it back. Lapointe then over to Engblom. Engblom got it up at center ice, intercepted by Sittler. Sittler to Lanny McDonald. Lanny McDonald trying to get in front. Turnbull is there. Turnbull over to Boria Salmi. Into Lanny McDonald. Here comes the drive, and he rolled that one wide of the short side and into the crowd.
Look at the time he played in that first period, 13 minutes and 20 seconds. You know, Gary, I was talking to Bob Myers, the referee, about Salming, and I said, do the referees think he dives? He goes down quite often. He said, well, I don't. He said, I think it's the way he skates. You know, he's so light and nimble on his feet, and he'll try things other players won't do. He's cutting between defensemen, goes down quite often, and some people might think that he goes down too easily and draws penalties.
Well, one thing, the reason that he can play so many minutes, too, he's an effortless skater. You know, when you're a trudger like me, I tell you, after 30 seconds, I'm dying out there. But he can just, I wouldn't be surprised he could play the whole game.
You were a swan.
Yeah, I was a swan, all right.
Guy Lapointe with a pass back to Larry Robinson. Robinson with Lafleur. Lafleur takes the pass at center, gets it over to Lapointe, over the blue line, and into the corner. Lapointe got it out in front, and Boria Salming then to Boutet, back to Salming. Salming up at center, over the line. Couldn't get a shot. Goes to the boards, is knocked back out and down the ice. And Gainey goes after Burroughs. Burroughs to Walt McKechnie. Up to Pat Boutet. Boutet then for Salming. And Salming turns at center ice. Goes back to Burroughs with it. Over to Salming. Salming trying to move up the ice. Stopped by Gainey. Then Lafleur went down. Gainey comes over the line. Shot it. Palmatier comes out of the net, giving it to Walt McKechnie. McKechnie is checked. Larry Robinson to Lafleur. Yvon Lambert's out there. Salming took Lafleur down, and Burroughs has it back to the net. Burroughs over to Boutet. Boutet to Salming. Back to Burroughs. Up at center to McKechnie. McKechnie goes over the line. Ryan Engblom bumped into him, and the puck is shot out to center ice. Now then, Dave Hutchison shoots the puck in. Leafs changing on the go, and back comes Brian Engblom. Up at center ice for Montreal. Shot it into the corner. Ian Turnbull goes around to Hutchison. Hutchison flipping it out to center ice. Stopped there by Engblom again, and it's then Pat Boutet intercepts right under Lemaire's stick. Jacques Lemaire clearing the puck down. Lambert goes after it. Hutchison gets it out. Pat Boutet losing it to Robinson. Over to Engblom. Engblom shoots it off the glass. It goes by Palmatier over onto this right wing. Lanny McDonald just gets it out to center ice. Mark Napier, number 31, getting it back to Savard. Back up for Steve's shot, and that pass for Napier was just taken by Turnbull. Now Napier gets another try. 3 of them. And the puck is stopped by Hutchison. Napier goes after it. The puck comes out in front, and Ian Turnbull breaks that up to Lanny McDonald to Darryl Sittler over the line. Sittler shoots. He shot it wide. Knocked down. Lanny McDonald was in front of the net. Here's Sittler stealing it. And he couldn't get it to Lanny McDonald. Sittler then into Williams. Williams trying to center it. There's Savard. Off the glass. Napier makes sure of it by knocking it down the ice. 3-2 Montreal, second period. 9:21 remaining. Back up for Hutchison to Sittler. Over the line with Jerry Butler. A pass to Ian Turnbull. A shot. Goes in front. And it slides off to the side. Here Mondu. His pass up to Shat. Over the line for Napier. Takes his shot and he fired it wide. It's cleared back of the net. Dave Burroughs up for Williams. Williams for Burroughs and Hutchison. Hutchison getting all tangled up. Finally shoots it over the line and it ends up in the corner. Dryden lets it go. Robinson will try and get a whistle, and he does for a face-off. With the score, Montreal 3 and Toronto 2. This is Stanley Cup 79.
Wow. Look, the 79 Mercury Capri Roadshow. Rally Sport with Capri's economical 2.3-liter overhead cam engine and 4-speed manual. Rack and pinion steering, wide strut front suspension, front disc brakes, and bucket seats. All standard equipment. Choose from options like V6 or V8 engine and a special handling suspension. Choose the Mercury Capri that's right for your kind of style. It's waiting for you at the sign of the cat.
Shots on goal so far. 17-10 in favor of Montreal, with 8:37 remaining in the second period, and Montreal with a 3-2 lead. Peggy Risebrough out there now with Guy Lafleur and Yvonne Lambert. And that's Risebrough coming at center, over the line. Burroughs after him. Burroughs took him out. Walt McKechnie pass off the glass. Round for Ellis. Broken up. Robinson shot. And that one just deflected as the Leafs bring it out. McKechnie to Quenville. Quenville then to Walt McKechnie. McKechnie sending it to Ellis. Quenville took a swipe at it. Goes after it again. Centered it out in front of the net. Lafleur shoots it out to Lambert. Lambert and Risebrough over the line. Lambert's pass, and Ron Ellis was there. Ron Ellis over for Quenville. And he shot it in offside. McKechnie was well inside the blue line when the pass arrived.
Before the game, we asked Pat Boutette if there was anything more he could do to corral Lafleur and the Habs' big line.
Well, I think like we've been concentrating mostly on their line, the first two games, but I don't know. I think the big thing is you can hold that line almost all night, and if they get a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-1, they just make it count. And I think we have to make sure that we don't give any chances like a 2-on-1 or a 3-1, because they're always so deadly and around the net.
Tough assignment for Pat Boutette tonight and through this series.
Now comes Hutchison up to center ice. A long shot. That's wide of the net. Engblom is knocked down by Ellis. Engblom a little slow getting up. Play is called.
Bill, you talk about the big three for Montreal, Lapointe, Savard, and Robinson, and Engblom is kind of the hidden fourth defenseman, but I tell you, he's just done a super job, and I understand the other night in Montreal, he played an outstanding game.
A lot of the Habs, of course, are coming on big now in the playoffs. Some of them, well, like Lemaire, they missed a lot of action throughout the season because of illness or injury. Lapointe is another one. Savard's had a great year, and Schutz missed some time. And Napier having a great game tonight for the Habs.
Lemaire wins the draw, and that shot by Lafleur was just wide. Ian Turnbull shoots the puck out and down the ice. Steve Shutt is out there. Top by Dryden. Here's Savard. Savard's pass to Lemaire. Lemaire at his own blue line. Up at center. A pass to Shutt. Intercepted by Hutchison. To McKechnie to Maloney. And Maloney shoots the puck right back in again. Goes after it with Engblom. Cleared out, though, and down the ice, and Turnbull has to go back for it. Lafleur up there, and it's knocked out to center ice. Back for Maloney, over the line, and he tried to pass to McKechnie. Steve Shutt intercepts to Lemaire. Lemaire takes his shot, hit the goalpost. Palmetier missed that one, and it went ringing off the post. A pass to Lemaire again, and that's Turnbull shooting it out and down the ice to center. Going back for it. Number 3. Ryan Engblom. His pass for Gainey. Chartrand and Risebrough are out there as well. The Leafs have Williams, Boutette, and Ellis. Ellis with a pass to Turnbull. Turnbull over the line. Chartrand took him out, and Savard then shoots the puck around for Bob Gainey. Gainey with a pass over onto the far wing to Rick Chartrand. As Lanny McDonald went into the boards rather heavily, and he's hurt himself. Lanny McDonald is leaving the ice. Here's Robinson with a drive. He fired it wide. And the puck goes down the ice. And it gets the boards for Lapointe. Shot out in front, and it goes all the way to center. Leafs have possession. Burroughs shoots the puck back in again. Larry Robinson going after it. Larry Robinson for Chartreux, then up to Pierre Mondu. Mondu's over the line. And Pat Boutet picks up the loose puck. Puck is cleared out to center ice. Out there is Mark Napier, number 31, and here comes Quenneville with a shot, and was stopped by Dryden. Quenneville trying again, tried to kick it out in front. And it's cleared back to the, but not out. Pat Boutet's got it. He goes back of the net. Lambert is right in front of the net. Canadians get it over to the wing, and Lambert and Mark Napier hit the back of Mark Napier's skate. Napier clearing it. Lambert is too well covered by Quenneville. They go to the boards and will get a whistle. This Stanley Cup playoff game is coming to you from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
An old soldier should never rust away. Not when you've got Tremclad rust paint to dress up metal that gets rusty and crusty. So in practically no time, he's bright and shining again. No wonder Tremclad is Canada's #1 selling rust paint.
Canadians came very close to going ahead by 2, and a shot off the goalpost by Lemaire. Watch it.
Leafs have possession in their own territory as Burrows over to Ellis. Ellis, a pass up at center, broken up by Serge Savard. He shoots it over the line, and Salming has to go back. 4 minutes and 39 seconds remaining to play in the second period. 3-2 Montreal. Long pass for Ellis. He couldn't get back onside in time, and it's called offside at the blue line.
Bill, I see Lanny McDonald at the Leaf bench walking up and down behind the bench. He did go off to the Leaf dressing room or the medical room briefly. This all resulted as after a collision or a near check on Bob Gainey. McDonald tried to hit Gainey. Gainey just stepped aside, and McDonald crashed into the boards, then limped off to the Leaf bench.
Well, they certainly can't afford to miss him for any length of time.
Jones with Butler and Boutet. Jacques Lemaire, Steve Shutt, and Guy Lafleur. It goes to Salming, over to Burrows, into the corner, and Serge Savard clears it, but not out. The Leafs trying to get a shot. There's one, and Dryden made a save as Butler was shoved out of in front of the net, and back comes Shutt. Up the center with Lemaire. There's Lemaire's long shot. Goes to the far board. Ends up back of the net. Cleared by Salming, but not out. Oh, it went off Engblom's stick and out. Back for Borja Salming. Salming took the shot, and juggled by Ken Dryden. Comes to the blue line and out. Jerry Butler shoots it right back in again. The Leafs are having Montreal in their own zone. Guy Lafleur up for Engblom to Steve Shutt. Then for Lemaire. Lemaire's over the line, takes the shot, and that's deflected by Turnbull into the corner. Picked up by Jimmy Jones. Jones coming up towards his own blue line. A pass to Boutet at center. Pat Boutet. Spun around. The puck goes out, and it's cleared over for Hutchison, and Lanny McDonald is back on the ice, but he seems to be favoring his leg. Here's Rydbrau. A quick pass ahead. And Palmatier came out and covered up.
3:04 to play, second period. CBC Television brings you coverage of international rugby, the FA Cup semifinals, and gymnastics from Winnipeg. That's on Sports Weekend, Saturday afternoons at 3 Eastern Time. Sports Weekend. Lanny McDonald back on the ice. He bumped his hip apparently against the boards, and he's all right now.
So what does he do his first shift down the ice? He throws his weight around. What a competitor.
3 minutes and 4 seconds left now in the second period. Leafs win the draw, and it's Hutchison back of the net, into the corner. Shot the puck out to center ice. Robinson knocked it back to the Leaf blue line, and John Anderson trying to get away. Covered by Risebrough. Hutchison, a pass over for Sittler. Sittler gets over the line. Sittler going right in. And a shot hit the side of the net. Cleared by Dryden, around on the board. Failed to get it out. The Leafs have it. Anderson a shot. Here's Turnbull, then Anderson. Anderson shot in front. Sittler's going to whack at it. Play is called. Anderson goes down. Risebrough's down. Live from Maple Lake Gardens in Toronto, the Stanley Cup playoffs.
More than a 1 in 3 chance you will win something. Lotto Canada. More than 1 in 3 you'll make good. Better than 1 in 3 you'll grin. Better than 1 in 3 you'll win that Lotto Canada game. It sure looks good.
One Lotto Canada pouch out of every 3 issued is a winner. 4 $1 million prizes and special bonus prizes up to $100,000 on May 6th. 10 $1 million prizes June 3rd. Better than a 1 in 3 chance to win something.
That Lotto Canada game, it sure looks good.
That's the skate of Boreas Salming. Little burr on the edge, I guess, Gary.
Yeah, he lost the edge, and that takes the burr off the skate, and probably get him sharpened at the end of the period.
All ready to go. Lemaire against Sittler, and the puck goes over to Steve Shutt. Shutt getting away from Lanny McDonald, gets over the line. Tried to pass Lemaire, and Lanny McDonald and Sittler just couldn't break away. Pat Boutet over on the left wing. Pat Boutet took his shot, and it goes around on the boards to Quenneville. Quenneville, a shot in front, and it's Lafleur. Guy Lafleur, a pass up at center for Lemaire. And Sittler then shoots it back for Lanny McDonald. Lanny McDonald trying to get a shot away. Robinson went down. And there's going to be a penalty here to Larry Robinson of the Montreal Canadiens, giving the Leafs a man advantage.
McDonald trying to break loose from Robinson here. 19 goes down in front of McDonald. And then the fight for the puck carries on.
Well, Robinson was grabbing a hold of McDonald there. You know, he would have been in it had he not done that. And there's a chance to watch the action from a different position. And
let's go downstairs now to Dave Hodge.
Second intermission, we'll have Game 3 highlights of other quarterfinal series. We'll have a discussion about power plays in this series, and Howie Meeker will be along with highlights.
Look forward to it, David. Robinson in the penalty box now with 1:55 to play in the second period. 3-2, Montreal leading.
Well, a good opportunity right now for the Leafs to tie this game up, and you know, these power plays so important. Just lay the puck in there, get somebody in front of the net. But it's very important not to give that puck up while they're in the Montreal zone.
Gardner has the puck. Paul Gardner back to Boreas Salming. Here's his shot, and that hit a leg. Salming chopped at it again, and the Canadians get it out. Risebrough going down the ice. Savard trying to catch up with him. Risebrough shot it wide. The rebound out to center ice. Bob Gainey. Bumped by Sittler. Salming to Lanny McDonald. Lanny McDonald. A pass for Gardner. Too hard. The point gives it to Gainey. Bob Gainey getting it out over the blue line. Skating to center ice. Coming up to the Leaf line. Bob Gainey still has the puck. And he still keeps dragging at a great effort by Bob Gainey. And they get a whistle.
It's twice in this game now. We've seen some fancy stick handling, killing time. I think the fans always enjoy that sort of maneuver.
Oh, it's a good individual effort, and it's amazing, Gainey, how he can motor around with that puck. He has great speed and awfully strong out there. That's why he is so valuable to that Montreal organization.
First winner of the Frank Selke Award, the best defensive forward.
You know, Brian, you talk about the Lafleurs, Lemaire's, Schutz, the guys that score goals and the great defensemen. But when you blend everything in together, and a guy like Gainey, he can be put into any situation, you know, and really stand out.
Puck goes over to Guy Lapointe. He backhands it into Leaf territory. Turnbull lets it go. Less than a minute to go in the second period. Montreal leading 3-2. Now here's Walt McKechnie. A pass to Turnbull. To Salming. Back to Turnbull. Leafs with a man advantage. And there's Dagenhut couldn't get over the line. Hit the back of his skate. And the Leafs have to go back. Back of the net for Boreas Elming. 43 seconds left in the penalty. Now Walt McKechnie will try his luck. Up with Maloney. McKechnie's over the line. Here's Rocky Saganuk. And that shot was stopped by Dryden, and he came out and covered up.
Saganuk took the pass on his backhand, moved it to his forehand, then got the shot away. Clever playmaking by McKechnie.
Well, unfortunately, if he could have just let that go right on his backhand, by the time he switched it around, that gave Dryden a chance to get his position. But a good opportunity, good play there by McKechnie.
This fellow still led the American Hockey League in goals with 47, Saganuk, even though he only played 61 of the 80 games.
McKechnie gets it back for Salming. Danny McDonald intercepted. Shot it back for McKechnie, back of the net. Goes back to Turnbull. Turnbull to McKechnie. McKechnie's given a bump by Guy Lapointe. And they get a whistle. 12 seconds left.
See, Montreal's doing the same thing while they're killing a penalty. They're playing the box, but they're challenging the each pass. As soon as it goes on one stick, right away there's a man there.
Darryl Sittler, as Scotty Bowman looks on. It goes to Sir Savard. Savard takes a backhand, knocked down by Turnbull. Turnbull tried to get it through, and it's knocked down the ice. And Salming will have to go back for it, and that looks like it as the bell goes to end the second period, in which the Montreal Canadiens scored the only 2 goals. And so the score at the end of the second period is Montreal 3 and Toronto 2.
Got some ice cold eggs for the winners, huh? Oh, yeah. That's some of that for the losers, huh?
Just about every weekend, Rick and the guys get together for some good times and some Molson Export Ale.
The time is right. Your friends are here. You couldn't ask for a better beer. Export keeps on tasting great. When the time is right for great beer.
Well, what do you guys say to a little rematch in the morning?
Hey, you know what you guys got to do to win this trophy back, don't you? Hire me as your anchor man.
Export keeps on tasting great. When the time is right for great beer.
Of all the tools you use in business, nothing gets information across faster than long distance. Long distance gives you an interchange of ideas and gets things flowing back and forth. Long distance gives you control, gives you a feel for the situation, and lets you react immediately. Every day, businessmen make over 1 million long-distance calls because long distance means business.
2 goals in less than 2 minutes in that period have given the Canadiens a 3-2 lead. It was Larry Robinson at 4:35, and then on a power play, Jacques Lemaire's 4th of the series. At the 6:12 mark, Montreal was outshot 10-9 in the period, but holds a 22-17 advantage over 40 minutes. Now let's get to the highlights of the third games in the other quarterfinal series.
First period, a brawl broke out between the Hawks and the Islanders, who'd both been playing aggressive hockey.
4 players went to the penalty box, and soon after, the Islanders broke the scoreless tie. After a pass from Billy Harris, Dennis Potvin fired a slap shot at Tony Esposito. Harris got his stick on the puck and deflected it into the goal, 1-0 Islanders. Second period, Eddie Westfall dropped a pass for Lorne Henning, who flipped a quick shot over Tony Esposito's shoulder. That gave the Islanders a 2-0 lead. Later, Chico Resch blocked a shot, and Dave Lewis fell on it in the crease. That gave the Hawks a penalty shot. Mike Walton was picked to take it. He skated in on Resch and tried to flip the puck around his right side, but Resch stuck out his leg to block the shot. The score remained 2-0 Islanders. Early in the third period, Clark Gillies fired a booming slap shot that made it 3-0. The Islanders finished with one more goal. They're now up 3-0 in the best-of-7 series.
Today in Pittsburgh, Bruins coach Don Cherry said, "We're not here to present the ice volleys." They didn't. They just checked in for the afternoon shift. Typical Boston hockey. The Penguins, though, for the second time in the series, scored first. Peter Mahovlich back in the Penguins lineup, won a face-off, got it back to former Buffalo Sabre Gary McAdam. And the Pittsburgh fans had something to cheer about early. There weren't many penalties called in the game. The Bruins took advantage, though, of their power play opportunities. Still in the first period on a power play. Peter McNabb ties the score. Quick shot beats Dennis Herron. The score remained 1-1 until the third period, when again the Bruins were on the power play. We watch from behind Herron. It's Rick Middleton in front of the net. He gets 2 cracks at it, and the second time it goes in. Middleton, as the Bruins go up 2-1 from another angle. Herron has Middleton to worry about and the initial shooter. The puck comes loose. It's in, and the Bruins are up 3-0 in the series with today's 2-1 win. Those 3 series like this one will resume tomorrow night. The Bruins and the Islanders could wrap it up, and the Canadiens would like to be in that same position. Philadelphia and the Rangers, though, must go at least to a 5th game back in Philly next Tuesday. Coming up, a discussion on power plays with specific examination of the Canadiens and the Leafs as we talk to Andy Bathgate and Jean Pronovost. Stanley Cup 79 continues in just a moment.
Water power. For nearly 100 years, Canadian General Electric has been helping turn this natural resource into electricity, bringing progress to Canadians. Today, CGE is Canada's leader in high-voltage technology, which transmits that power more efficiently than ever before to industries like this giant steel mill, where it's put to work, helping provide products and jobs for Canadians. Progress for people from Canadian General Electric.
North Star, we put you feet first.
For business or pleasure, the looks of a tough Ford van will give you a lift. But underneath is a tough truck. Ford uses separate body-on-frame construction, a tough backbone, and Ford's out-front engine design means easy move-around room inside for even big guys like me. That same toughness goes under Ford's new Captain's Club wagon. And plenty of space for captain's chairs, snack table, and seat bed. If I had a tough body like this, I'd still be playing.
Tough Ford trucks at your Ford and Mercury dealers now.
Well, the Canadiens ahead 3-2. Power play opportunities are even, 3 apiece. Power play goals even, 1 each. And we will discuss the power plays of the Leafs and the Canadiens with Andy Bathgate, whose career included a memorable Stanley Cup championship in Toronto in 1964, and with Jean Pronovost, the right-wing star of the Atlanta Flames, both players having plenty of opportunities to participate in power plays themselves. And John, I'll ask you first, the Canadiens have advertised the fact that they have spent a lot of practice time on the power play. Can you notice anything in the 3 times that they've had it out there tonight that they might be doing differently?
Well, not really, because I don't think they had such a great power play so far anyway. I think they're revolving around Lafleur quite a bit. They're trying to give him the puck. He's such a big asset, but You know, when you have a guy like Savard that can control the play, a guy like Lapointe that can shoot the puck, and then you throw a Robinson in there, you have the pretty good potent power play right there.
Andy, if you're the Leafs trying to combat the Canadiens' power play, do you want to try to get them set up, not moving? Because when they're moving around, a guy like Lemaire can be alone in front of the net, and that's exactly how they got their power play going.
That's right, and they take their time, you know, a little patient. They wait for that one good opportunity, and Napier got the puck on the side there and hit Lemaire with a great pass, which is by far the best place to start a play from, because you're deep and everyone's facing you, and a defenseman has to commit himself to watch you, so that when he turns his back, someone can sneak in, and which Lemaire did, and one good pass, it's in the net.
John, when we talk about setting up on the power play, I'm sure there are a lot of fans who are wondering just how many different ways you can do it. The penalty-killing team is going to play the four-man box. You've got your two-point men, the two wingers, and the center is going to try to get into the slot. How many variations might the Atlanta Flames, for example, use?
Well, the Flames, we kind of take our centerman behind the net, and we try to give him the puck early so he can either shoot it in or make a play to that defenseman rushing on the side of the board. If he can't work that play out, he'll shoot it in, and then there's some action moving in. So I think it's very important that you have action, that you have speed coming at the blue line, because if you don't have any speed, there's nothing you can do. You know, they'll just stand up and then shoot it right out. So I think it's very important that you have either the winger or the defenseman rushing out, and that centerman comes up slowly and then picks whoever is in the best target.
We saw Sittler score the Leaf power play goal, and one comparison between these two power plays, Andy, might be that the Leafs rely on their big five as much as possible on the power play. Canadians can throw just about anybody out there and get a goal.
Well, the shot from the point was the main thing. It was right on the ice, and when it came out, Sittler was still on the ice, and he had the whole net. But the fella on the point has to keep the shot low so the forwards have confidence that they're not going to get hit in the head. The first thing, they want to be near the net, but they don't want to get killed while they're getting a shot in the ear or something. So that point man must keep it low, and it's not necessarily the hard shot, because if it's too hard, they can't tip it. But if it comes in there with some feeling, they can tip it or deflect it, and they got a good chance to score goals.
On this Montreal power play, Jean, would the Canadiens defensemen be the most important men? You've talked about Lafleur, I know, but they use their point men so much that when they have the extra man, they're getting the puck a lot.
Well, I think on any power play, the point men are the big key, I would say, because they get things going. And like Andy said, if they keep the puck low, it doesn't have to be hard, but as long as it's you shoot towards the net, I think you can get deflections, or somebody can touch a skate. You never know what can happen. I think the big key is that if you have two good point men like Montreal does.
Andy, and when you played, was the power play something you practiced often?
Well, it was something that you could win an awful lot of hockey games with. So you try to get, basically five fellas, and you try to work it out so that you get 2 or 3 good opportunities, and you should be able to put one in. But in our day, you stayed on for the full 2 minutes. The players stayed off, so Montreal had a potent one then, and they could score 2 or 3 on you. So,
well, their opponents wouldn't want to see Lafleur on for 2 minutes, but very often he is. Thank you to Andy Bathgate and Jean Pronovost. As we say, power plays all through this game are even, but the Canadiens are ahead by a goal, and that Montreal power play is something to be feared by the Leafs and anybody else who plays the Habs. Next, we'll have Howie Meeker look at the second period of play in highlight form as we return with the Stanley Cup playoffs in just a moment.
Get away, make your getaway from the city. Get away with a Johnson. Get away, make your getaway to a place in the sun with number 1.
For 50 years, more people in the world have been getting away with Johnson's than with any other outboard.
Very strange. Why people kick the new advantage radio? It would be simpler, no, to talk to a BF Goodrich dealer about the advantage radio.
Shouldn't that be radio?
That's what I said. Radio. The BF Goodrich Advantage Radio.
Kentucky Fried Chicken is really finger-licking. Good chicken!
If you're entertaining 15 people or more, serve your guests Colonel Sanders Do-It-Yourself Buffet for a perfect party. Tasty fresh salads, 3 pieces of Kentucky Fried Chicken for each person, plus everything you need for serving.
Give us 2 hours' notice, then come and get it.
Kentucky Fried Chicken is really finger-licking.
Good chicken.
Canadians 3 and the Leafs 2 are in the second intermission at Maple Leaf Gardens. The Leafs, Howie Meeker, have played a pretty good game, but there's a 2-minute span in the second period that stands as the reason they're behind, and that happens a lot against the Canadians. You let down for a little bit, and you can be behind.
Well, you let down with these fellas, and the way they beat you is with their legs. Gosh, they're just a tremendous skating outfit, and you give them half a chance, they're going to put the puck in the net. The one really good thing is the Toronto Maple Leafs, after being down 3-2, came back and make about 3 or 4 big saves. They haven't quit, and they keep at it. They can get back in the game. We'd like to show you the Larry Robinson goal, and this is the second goal of the game. Napier's was exactly the same, where just by simply finishing the check, now skating into Robinson. Robinson's attempting to make a pass to Gainey. Can we stop it right there? Either Turnbull or Sittler, all they had to do was just skate in, finish the check, tie up Big Robinson, nothing happens. Okay, away we go. The puck hits Turnbull, bounces free, Robinson goes in. Palmatier has really no chance at all because Salming's down in front of him and he can't make the move. But all you do in that type of goal is just take the man. Okay, here's the guy with the greatest wheels in the country. And spent the last 5 days at the Air Canada midget hockey tournament in Winnipeg, and the kids said, hey, can those French Canadians boogie? And watch this guy boogie. Oh, around the outside. Burroughs finally runs him out of rink and hangs on. The puck gets into Lafleur's skates, stay with him. He has one hand on the stick, throws it into the middle. Maloney has it, Lafleur comes up with it, Lapointe gets it, and watch Napier, another guy. Oh, right around the outside. And Palmatier, I don't know, makes a pretty good save, takes the leg from under Napier. This is on exactly the same play. The play went right on from here over in the corner. Lemaire keeps the puck in. Now watch the Toronto Maple Leafs disappear in front of the net. Lemaire comes in, look, nobody near him. Burrow leaves him wide open. No one comes back in to pick him up. Palmatier doesn't have a chance. You just can't leave men open in front of the net like that.
Robinson had all the time he wanted to score his, and Lemaire didn't need any time, nor did he want any. It's 3-2 Montreal at the end of 2 periods of play. Live from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, you're watching the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Mercury Monarch. Quality, ride, value, suited to today's needs. Classically styled with its tastefully handsome front end and grille. Equipped with steel-belted radials, full-wheel covers, front disc brakes. Ride engineered. 4-speed manual overdrive, flight bench seat, center armrest, cut pile carpeting, and much more. Monarch looks as good as it drives, drives as good as it looks. Drive one soon at your Mercury dealer. You like our style. At the sign of the cat.
Hey, John, she's done.
Great. Brought something to celebrate with.
Hey, all right.
Al and the guys have had some good times building this boat and sharing some Molson export.
What happens if she doesn't float? Can't you swim?
Time is right, your friends are here. You couldn't ask for a better beer. Export keeps on tasting great.
I like it.
When the time is right for great beer.
Here we are in the Stanley Cup playoffs with Gary Dornhofer. Quickly, Gary, what has Roger Nielsen instructed his club?
Well, get after the Canadians, evidently. Just shoot it in there. Get on as fast as you can. They have to get some scoring chances on Dryden.
Let's see if it happens then. We're going right now to Bill Hewitt.
Thank you, Brian. And we're getting set for the period as the second period summary. Robinson at 4:35, Lemaire at 6:12, and Toronto outshot Montreal 10-9. Darryl Sittler to Boutet, over to Burroughs, goes to Boria Salming. Lemaire and Lafleur out there. Robinson's back on the ice now after serving his penalty. He hit the side of the net. The puck came out in front, and he goes back with it again. Larry Robinson. A pass ahead to Lemaire, up at center. Long shot. And that's deflected by Palmatier over the glass into the crowd. And there we have Dave Burroughs. Nice close-up as he gets set for this face-off. Darryl Sittler out there. Now then there's a belated change, and Jones comes out with Jerry Butler. Jimmy Jones and Jerry Butler. No change for Montreal. We have Lemaire, Bob Gainey, and Guy Lafleur. Boria Salming back in the net. Pass over to Boutet. Boutet coming down the left wing at center. Shot the puck in. Robinson goes back for it to Gainey. Gainey knocked it to the blue line and out. It was cleared down to the Leafs blue line. Burroughs, a pass to Boutet. Pat Boutet. Then jammed in against the boards. Lafleur knocked it over the line. Steve Shutt is out now for Montreal. Lafleur is leaving the ice. Lemaire remains out there. It's shot down. Chartrand playing on the right side. The Leafs steal the puck. It came right across the goal mouth. And Chartrand clearing it out to center ice. Hutchison back to Turnbull. Turnbull with a shot. Knocked down by Larry Robinson. Larry Robinson checked by Lanny McDonald. Then it was cleared by Serge Savard. And Risebrough makes sure of it by getting it to center ice. John Anderson pass. Lanny McDonald lost it. Up for Bob Gainey. He's over the line. Going in with Chartrand. Backhand. And a good save there by Mike Palmetier. Anderson to Sittler. Up at center. Over the line. Sittler is spun around and it's knocked back out to center ice. Clearing pass for Turnbull. That's knocked over. And here's a chance for Dougie Risebrough and he's poke checked by the Leafs defenseman Dave Hutchison. Hutchison sends Anderson down. Anderson a high shot over top of the net. That's off the boards to Gainey. Gainey with Chartrand on his right. Gainey goes over the Leaf line, trying to go around Hutchison. Hutchison took him to the boards and play is called. From Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, this is Stanley Cup 79.
Get a toaster oven that can broil as well as toast. The GE Broiler Toaster Oven. Canadian General Electric.
Well, tension mounting here in the third period, as you see that's reflected on the two coaches. With Montreal leading by a score of 3-2. It's Ron Ellis shooting the puck out to center right. Stopped by Guy Lapointe. He shot it right back in again. Ends up in the corner. Clear around on the boards, Ron Ellis. Trying to get it out. He got it. He brings it out. Then he's checked by Mark Napier, number 31. Puck shot down the ice. And it's back there for Burroughs. Burroughs. Stopped by Napier. A pass for Mondu. And Lambert tried to get to it. Napier losing to Ron Ellis. Ellis. A pass for Walt McKechnie. It's knocked off his stick. Canadians changing very quickly as Borja Salmon takes a long shot off the board into the corner. Ellis tried to center it, ends up in the corner, and Guy Lafleur getting it up at center. Lemaire and shot. Right. Palmetier stopped that. Shot off the board, back to center right. Serge Savard, very strong on the Montreal defense. There's the puck in. Gary Butler, a pass up to Paul Gardner. Gardner drives the puck in. Gary Butler goes up to do some forechecking. Robinson stopped by Butler. Butler fights for it, gets it to Gardner, and Gardner couldn't get it in front of the net. Ian Turnbull keeps the puck in with a shot. Robinson stopped that, and Robinson hits Lemaire at center. Lemaire, Lafleur over the line, shut trailing. And Lemaire's pass ended up on Turnbull's stick to Quenville. Quenville comes to center. His shot off the glass. And it's picked off there by Larry Robinson. Robinson, a pass up on the right side to Jacques Lemaire. Lemaire over the red line, up over the blue line, trying to get around. Turnbull does take the shot. Palmetier stopped that. And Turnbull pokes it out for Gardner. Gardner trying to get it back to him. But it was taken by Serge Savard to Steve Shutt. Steve Shutt with a long drive. Palmetier loving that to Quenville. 15 minutes and 27 seconds left. Right in front. And that shot on a miscue. Chartrand getting a great break. And there's a long pass for Lanny McDonald. But back to get it is Brian Engblom, and we'll have a face-off. Tonight's Stanley Cup playoff game is coming to you from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
When I was growing up in this country, owning a home was taken pretty much for granted. For many today, it's a dream. The people at Scotiabank believe in dreams. Dreams and hard-working people. If you've got a new home in your future, see the people at Scotiabank. When it comes to your dream, they've got everything you need.
Now we're all set to resume play here now with 15 minutes and 16 seconds remaining in regulation time. Montreal 3, Toronto 2. Puck wasn't dropped fairly. We'll do it again. Dougie Risebrough out there at center number 8. Rick Chartrand and Bob Gainey on the wings. Chartrand 27 and Gainey number 23. A long pass for Lenny McDonald, number 7, and it went by him. Engblom recovers, goes back to the net, starts out on the, got it to center ice, going down with Risebrough. Engblom going in with him. Risebrough tries a back pass over to the far side to Gainey. Then to Chartrand, and that deflects off his glove into the crowd.
You know, what really makes the Montreal forward so difficult to check is a right wing. That's only a position he plays temporarily. They keep breaking for the holes. As soon as Savard or Lapointe or Robinson get the puck behind their net, already you see two Montreal Canadiens at the blue line circling, heading for the openings. They just throw it up, and that's why they're so difficult to play against. Very important to try and get on them a little faster.
And now you have Sittler with Saginac and John Anderson. Boria Selming and Dave Burrow. The pass up to Burrow. Over to Sittler for Saginac. It goes into the corner. After the puck, picked up by John Anderson. Anderson in the corner. Saginac being covered by Robinson. And it's back for Chartrand. Chartrand, Montreal at center. Gets it over the line for Bob Gainey and Slope. Broken up and brought back by Selming. Selming's pass over to John Anderson, a shot. And Dryden stopped that. Back for Larry Robinson and Rick Chartrand. Over the line. Robinson still has the puck. It's knocked out on Sittler. A pass to John Anderson over the line. Anderson trying to cut in. Rolled it right to the side of the net. It's behind the goal. Pierre Mondeau fell on it. And play is called. This is Stanley Cup 79 from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
There's a whole new crowd shouting out loud. It's fun, fun, fun to drive a Bobcat away. The sporty little car that moves real fast makes every tangle last and last. With a great new look and sassy styling and great new colors to keep you smiling. All for a low, low price that makes it twice as nice.
The Bobcat two-door sedan, priced hundreds less than the four most popular imports, based on March 19th, 1979 prices. At the Sign of the Cat.
Well, Saginac put a little spark into the Leaf attack momentarily there, but Gary, Dryden is so tough in close.
Well, he covers so much room, and here he had a pretty good angle, so, you know, that puck wasn't going anywhere. But, you know, the Leafs are only getting one shot, and then Montreal's taking over. That's the difficult part. They can't get a concentrated attack going.
Hutchison goes back for the puck, cleared it out over the line. Ellis to Maloney. Maloney shoots it in, high off the board, and that bounces over the glass in among the spectators.
Gary, you have your Stanley Cup ring. I don't know when the NHL was first organized in 1917 whether these fellows won one or not, but they were the Seattle Metropolitans. They beat Montreal in a 5-game series, outscored them 23-11, won the Stanley Cup.
Brian, isn't that you third from the right?
Fourth from the right.
Guy Lapointe of Montreal shoots the puck. That goes into the crowd again.
You know, again, gentlemen, it's so important that when the Leafs get the puck in Montreal zone, don't throw it in front blindly, because then they have to go all the way in their own zone. If they're going to lose it, make Montreal take it away from you.
Ryan Engblom clears the puck around, and that one goes into the crowd again.
That old photo, by the way, man, was compliments of Bill Galloway with the Department of Film Archives in Ottawa. And there's that shot we saw of Roger earlier. We were wondering what he wore under his shirt. Well, there it is.
Montreal 3, Toronto 2 with 13 minutes and 28 seconds remaining to play in regulation time. Up for Risebrough. Risebrough with Lembell over the line. Shot it into the corner. Now then, Maloney, a long pass for McKechnie. That goes down the ice. Engblom is there, and Engblom goes back to the net into the corner. Maloney and McKechnie converge on him. Engblom covers up and gets a whistle.
Well, they don't want to break it up in there. You know, Engblom, he's taking a lot of shots tonight. Seems like everybody's going after him. But he's battled back. But that was a good indication there. What the Leafs have to do is get on him right away, and even if it means getting a faceoff, at least they have control in the Montreal zone. 13:06 to play in regulation time. 3-2, Montreal in front. The fourth game in this series played here tomorrow night, 7 o'clock start Eastern time. That's Montreal at Toronto, game 4 in the series. That's how that started in the corner. McKechnie's played a very solid game for Toronto tonight.
In that situation, McKechnie took the body, takes a man into the boards. Now it's up to that second man to try and get in there for the puck, and that's the way forechecking is done. I didn't know McKechnie had that kind of speed, but he's certainly exerted himself very well out there tonight.
Williams, Boutet, and Butler out there now as Lafleur, Lemaire, and Shutt. And here comes Guy Lafleur. Gets over the line, gets his shot. Palmatier stopped that with his pads. Salming around on the boards to Pat Boutet. Got it out. Lemaire shoots it right back in again. Salming. Burrows. Lemaire stopped that. Shutt couldn't get to it. Pat Boutet. A pass over to Williams. Williams over the line, and he's stopped by Savard. Here's Savard coming back with a pass to Lemaire. Takes a long shot off the boards. It bounces into the corner. Boreas Salming is there. And Salming, a pass up for Williams to Pat Boutet. Pat Boutet is checked, but Salming follows up over the line. On the play, and Lemaire clears it, but not out. Boreas Salming in the corner, still has it, gets his shot, it's right on, and Savard takes the rebound and brings it out. Up at center, a long shot into the corner. Canadians are changing on the goal as Burrows hits Boutet. Up at center for Williams, and over on to Rocky Saginaw. Saginaw and Robinson knocks Saginaw down. A long pass for Rick Chartrand. Chartrand going after the loose puck. Shot it behind the net. Turnbull bumped into him. Gardner clears it to the blue line, but not out. It's Engblom sliding and falling on the puck, and the faceoff comes outside. With the score, Montreal 3 and Toronto 2. This is Stanley Cup 79.
I think I'm going to leave this on. What do you think? Joyce would kill you. Every year I take it out before we go home. This year...
You keep rubbing it, you're going to wear it off.
Come on, give it time, eh? That's not so bad. No.
It's been the same deal for years. Clean up the cottage, share a little Molson Export, grow another beer.
Guys, just quit hassling me. Hand me a beer, will you? It's in the cabin.
Molson Export Ale. It keeps on tasting great.
And there's the time to play in regulation time, 11:23. With Montreal leading by a score of 3-2, a little bit of a line juggling act going on between Roger Nielsen and Scotty Bowman. But of course, they at least have the advantage since they get the last change. So they got Sittler out there with Lanny McDonald and John Anderson. Quenneville's long shot. Dryden had no trouble with that. Gainey cleared it and had it handed back to him. Bob Gainey coming up to center ice with Risebrough over the line, and also Mark Napier going right in front of the net. And the Leafs tip it, but not out. Napier a shot. That's knocked down. Number 31 shoots it into the corner. And Bob Gainey gets his skate on it. Play is called, and we have 10:52 in the third period.
Well, I see Turnbull in the picture there, and that reminds me that a Kim Arthur wrote in, a young fan from Etobicoke, wanting to know if Ian Turnbull's 5 goals in a game was an NHL record. Well, yes, it was. Turnbull scored 5 goals on 5 shots versus Detroit, February 2nd, 77. The Leafs beat the Wings 9-1.
Does that gentleman look familiar?
Well, I wonder where he will pop up into hockey next season.
Punch him left.
Ready to go. Now then, Lanny McDonald. Quenville didn't realize his stick was broken.
Barilko scored his famous overtime goal that won the Stanley Cup for the Leafs. You saw that one, didn't you, Bill?
I certainly did, and I can still see it. That was a great playoff series. Every game went in overtime. Long shot. That was back of the net. Comes over here on the wing to Anderson. Anderson shot it out and down to the blue line, and Montreal with Larry Robinson clearing it over. Risebrough couldn't reach it. Here's Turnbull getting it over for Sittler. Sittler trying to move in, and he's too well covered, and Larry Robinson feeds it to Serge Savard. Back of the net. Then he over to the left side. Bob Gainey coming down with Chartrand Risebrough. Long shot. Palmatier had to go down low as that shot seemed to dip.
You know, the Leafs are pulling a man out as soon as they get possession of the puck behind their own zone. Like that time, McDonald's, as soon as they won the face-off, Turnbull had the puck. He went down the right boards and then cut in the middle. If you can hit that man with a pass, you might spring him free. So we'll have to watch for that for the rest of the game. You know, it certainly helps when you have those defensemen that as soon as they see a man break for the hole, they give you the puck.
Jacques Lemaire shot in Lafleur, Savard, and Robinson. Sittler with Boutet and Lanny McDonald. Boris Salming logging an awful lot of ice time. Over to Boutet. That's stopped by Lemaire. Dave Burrows. Number 26 back of the net. Burrows, a pass over on the right side for Salming, up for Lanny McDonald for Sittler, and Sittler just missed it. Serge Savard coming back from Montreal to Lafleur, and Lafleur goes back to his own blue line, trying to find some skating room, but Pat Boutet is right there. Over it goes to Robinson. Up it comes to Lemaire. Now he sends Shutt down the ice. On the broad wing, Shutt. A pass over to Larry Robinson. Robinson goes back of the net. Passes it back to Savard. Savard pass for Shutt, and Salming knocked it ahead to Lanny McDonald. Lanny McDonald was given a bump, and Lafleur shoots it in, caught by Mike Palmatier. 9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining in the third period. 3-2 Montreal. That's Mark Napier. As the puck was shot in offside, Rocky Saganuk was inside the blue line.
Let's play a little game with our director, Ron Harris, and our cameraman. See how quick they are getting a shot. We talk about the goal judge at the north end, a fellow named Eddie Bajornis, and we'll see how quickly they can get on that. Look at that. Eddie Bajornis. Whoa, I think you've missed him, fellas. He's the goal judge. There he is. 3.5 seconds. He was a good junior hockey player with the old Inkerman Rockets in the Ottawa Valley. He's now with the Islanders organization.
Ian Turnbull shoots the puck in. Saganuk goes after it. Right, knocked it off to the wing. McKechnie getting it back, and he went over Dave Hutchison's stick. Turnbull back there to cover up. Leafs get the puck over the line again. Walt McKechnie going with Maloney. A shot, and that one's knocked down. Here's Turnbull over to Maloney. Shoots. Oh, hit the goal post. Maloney wrapped it off the post. Rocky Saganuk for the shot. McKechnie tried to redirect it. It goes over onto the far wing, but that one was right off the post by Maloney from point-blank range. Rocky Saganuk coming over the line. Took the shot, hit a leg. Turnbull keeps it in. The Leafs really trying to put on the pressure. Rocky Saganuk went after it. Napier's got it. Mark Napier couldn't get past the blue line, but it's now knocked out to him again. He's going down alone, and he was knocked over, lost his glove. Puck is underneath him. Faceoff comes outside the blue line.
A lot of pressure on on the Canadiens as the Leafs put on a great display of power in that Montreal zone.
Boy, Maloney, what a great position, and right off the goalpost.
He had room.
But you know, Saganuk, he really added a little spark to the Leafs attack there, and let's see if this gets them going now for the rest of the game. But everybody's come alive, Brian.
Oh, the crowd is up now.
You know, sometimes that's all it takes. It's one individual to do something out there, and it seems to get everybody going. You know, they're sitting on the bench right now. The Leafs are down by 1, and they're, you know, their heads are drooping a bit, but this will get them going.
That's why he punched through Eddie Shack out there.
That's it, Ian.
There's Savard. Cleared the puck right onto the stick of Dave Burrows. Burrows coming up through center. Shot the puck over the line. Serge Savard has hurt himself and has left the ice. Navgini is checked. Borja Salming getting set. Over to Williams. And he shot it wide. It's cleared out in front of the net again. Over to Salming. That shot is wide. That puck is shot into the crowd.
A lot of concern in that Montreal bench now as Savard went over there. I didn't see exactly what happened to him. Bill, Gary,
I didn't see it either,
Brian. Saw him skate off slowly, and they're giving him some attention now.
But the Leafs, just excellent forechecking, really putting it to the Canadiens.
We might spot what happened to Serge Savard here in against the boards. He took a check from behind. I believe that's Gardner. And then he went to the bench. But great pressure by the Leafs. And again, credit to the Montreal Canadiens for being able to withstand the pressure and get the puck out of danger down the ice.
Well, one thing they do, Brian, they don't waste any time. If they see they're in trouble, get it out of there. You know, don't fool around with it and take a chance on losing it and, you know, giving a good scoring chance for Montreal. Ice the puck, shoot it out of the building, get a face-off, fresh troops.
Gardner had the draw, bent back to Salming, but Saganuk couldn't keep it in. Lafleur out there took the puck away from Saganuk. Goes back to Salming, and Salming turns. 7 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in regulation time. Salming off the boards to Williams, to Gardner. Gardner couldn't get away. Lafleur left it there. Salming got it over the line. Now Lafleur's got it again. Lafleur. The pass up at center. Jacques Lemaire over for Steve Schatt. Borja Salming drives it around on the board. Williams up to Rocky Saganuk. Over the blue line, trying to control the puck. Hill goes after it. Here's passed it out in front, and Lafleur just tapped it at the last second out and down to the Leaf blue line. Borja Salming to Rocky Saganuk and Gardner. Gardner couldn't get by the defense. Then Engblom checked. Lanny McDonald gets over the line. Lanny McDonald to Williams. He's going to go and shoot. Dryden got his glove up in time to deflect that one over the glass. This Stanley Cup playoff game is coming to you from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
Quaker State Motor Oil helps cars last.
We get all kinds of weather out here, so I recommend Quaker State for year-round engine protection.
Most of my customers do a lot of tough city driving, so I tell them, use Quaker State.
I've been using nothing but Quaker State in my customers' cars for years. Quaker State Motor Oil helps cars last. Maybe that's why it's the best-selling motor oil in North America.
Crowd chanting, "Go Leafs, go," as we take another look at that shot by Tiger Williams that came so close.
Again, Lapointe will go down and try to block it, but Dryden, with his blocker, steers it aside. Well, the Leafs have to start taking a few chances in here and even throwing their defensemen in.
Lanny McDonald drove one wide. Joel Turnbull. It came out in front of the net. Tippett trying to get a shot. And it goes over to the other side. It's kept in by John Anderson. Tittler went down. Canadian trying to get it out. It comes to the blue line. Back to Robinson. And Robinson finally gets it out to center ice. It's shot right back in again. There's Savard is back, so he's all right. Larry Robinson up at center, and his pass for Chartrand broken up. John Anderson turning at center ice. Trying to get loose. Passed it over to Lanny McDonald. He drove it into the board. Tittler gets the puck. puck. Now then, Lanny McDonald fans on it. Kick back to Quenville. Quenville gets it over to Turnbull. And it's Robinson and Savard. A pass out at center to Pierre Mondu. Mondu's over the line. Mondu takes his shot. That's knocked down. Palmatier, the shot is wide by Mark Napier, number 31. Napier then jammed in on the boards, and Walt McKechnie has it. McKechnie's check. Napier has to go and get a new stick. Ian Turnbull, 5 minutes left in the third period. 3-2 Montreal. Lambier, he goes to the boards, and Quenville has it. Quenville's pass up for Maloney, goes the length of the ice, and LaPointe goes back to get it, and he touches it.
That's the first spell where the Leafs have had difficulty getting out of their own zone.
Live from Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Polaroid's One Step is the world's simplest camera, and the pictures can really take a beating, even from sunlight or water.
How about snake bite?
I just press the button, out comes the picture, and I accidentally drop it into my goldfish bowl.
People are always doing that.
The sharp, clear colors still develop in minutes right down there with the fish. Then just wipe it off, and it's as good as new.
Pretty. This is like bobbing for apples.
Get the One Step.
Roger Nielsen looking on. His team trailing by 1. Mike Palmatier steadies himself for this face-off with Lemaire, Shutt, and Lafleur. It goes to Gloria Salming. Salming coming up to his own blue line, up at center ice. Shot a backhand, stopped by Dryden. Engblom then around on the boards, and that one went into the crowd.
You know, Brian, we have a situation now where there were a lot of questionable calls, you know, in this period, which could have been called under normal circumstances, but it doesn't look like Brian Lewis is going to call a penalty unless it's, on a breakaway or something like that.
The crowd's been on him several times, but, you know, the Leafs haven't had to rely solely on Mike Palmatier tonight. They've come up with a very strong offensive display, a very tough defense, and Palmatier has been steady in there, but you know, it hasn't been one of those situations where they've needed a miracle to win the hockey game against Montreal. They played well.
It goes back to Boria Salming. It goes in back of the net. Dan Maloney's there. He's pushed off the puck by Engblom. Guy Lapointe tried it for Guy Lafleur. Burroughs kept that in. McKechnie's trying to get it out in front of the net. McKechnie to Lanny McDonald. That shot hit Jacques Lemaire's skate. Over for Lafleur. Lafleur knocks it out. There's a race for the puck. Going down over the red line, Salming will touch it. Icing is called against Montreal.
18 games against Montreal without a victory. You know, his club has given up less than 3 goals a game, though, in the last 19 regular season starts.
Oh, the Leafs are just lacking some scoring punch. You know, they don't have the scoring punch that Montreal has. You can try and stop Lemaire's line, but then you have another 7 or 8 forwards that all can put the puck in there. That's a difficult situation that the Leafs are facing.
4 or 5 who aren't even suited up who can score.
Right.
Here's Lanny McDonald with a shot. That hit Dan Maloney on the ankle. Came out in front. Dryden covers up. Maloney. A little bit of shoving, but he took a shot from Lanny McDonald on the ankle.
Well, the Canadians without Mario Tremblay tonight, a 30-goal man. Rajan Houle, 17 goals. Dougie Jarvis, 10-goal man, but a great defensive player. Pierre LaRouche, one-time 50-goal scorer. Can't even break into that lineup very often.
Montreal from the face-off. It's Larry Robinson coming up to center right. Robinson gets over the line. Into the corner. Goes back to the net. Stops. Still has it. Trying to center it. Rick Chartrand then goes back to the net. Risebrough standing up in front. Chartrand's shot was stopped by Salming. Here's Dougie Risebrough around and he shot it up into the crowd.
See, the Canadians, they had good pressure in there, but it seemed like everybody was jamming right in front of the net. Now, if you get that man deep in the slot, believe me, there's nobody ever around there. That area is so wide open, but it seems like everybody wants to jam in front. And even if you get it to the man, the defenseman will probably break up the play.
Here comes Lafleur again. 3 years ago in the playoffs, he had a kidnap threat that really upset him for several weeks during the playoffs. Required police protection for most of the postseason activity.
And Guy Lafleur has not picked up a point in this game today.
Well, he had 4 points in each of the 2 previous games, so his average is still pretty good.
I'll tell you one thing. I'll bet you Boutet could tell you what deodorant he was wearing tonight. He's been so close to him.
The puck goes into the corner. Hutchison after it, cleared it to the other side. Gainey knocked it back, and the Canadians are strictly forechecking the Leafs now in their own zone. Lemaire is out there with Lafleur. Puck is shot down. Now is number 11, Yvon Lambert. Here's a long pass for Lafleur. And out of the net came Palmatier. Getting it up for Williams to Sittler. Over the line. A pass on the right side. Saganuk shot one wide. It goes into the corner. Rocky Saganuk. Back of the net for Sittler. Right out in front. The Turnbull a shot. Oh, and that was stopped by Dryden. And here's a 3-on-1 for Montreal. They're closing in. Lemaire. A pass. Lafleur trying to get to it. Darryl Sittler has it. 2 minutes and 26 seconds remaining in regulation time. 3-2 Montreal. Sittler.
Lapointe put one into his own net.
Lapointe deflected it in the net. And oh boy, we're back in it again. How about that?
What a shocker with 2:20 to play. The Leafs have tied it at 3. And Lapointe looks crestfallen as he stares down at the ice. Roger Nielsen showing very little emotion. You'd expect more than that from him. Tied at 3 with 2:20 on the clock. Let's watch Sittler come over the line. There's Engblom, number 3. The man to watch is Lapointe.
Whoops.
Unassisted. Here it is again. Maybe we'll get a better look at Lapointe. No, he's out of your picture there. But number 5, you can see him slumped in shock as that puck went in behind Dryden.
Well, the Leafs have been fighting all night, and finally, after the last 4 or 5 minutes, they've really been putting the pressure to the Canadians, and finally ended up getting a tying goal.
And the crowd sets up that chant again. Go, Leafs, go. Sittler over the line, around Engblom. Lapointe backing in. He doesn't have anybody to worry about except himself.
Right, he was going the other way, too. He's following the pass out in front.
That would never have happened if Lapointe had had somebody to check.
Well, it should be very interesting now. You know, the thing about the Leafs now, what will they do? Lay back, wait for the overtime? I would go right after.
I would
keep
too.
going after Montreal and try to get that winning goal.
They've carried the play to Montreal in this period. Montreal has played well. They've been very steady, tried to keep that 1-goal lead. Now the Leafs have tied it. They've got the momentum. They've got the crowd. Go for it.
There's the brain trust for the Toronto Maple Leafs. They must be quite happy the turn of events.
3-3 tie. 2 minutes, 20 seconds in regulation time. Sittler gets it back to Boria Salming. Salming heads up over the red line. He's clipping it in again. Lanny McDonald goes after it. So is Sittler. Sittler trying to get it loose. Salming kicks it into the corner. Robinson cleared it but not out. Sittler goes after Darryl Robinson behind the Montreal goal. Now then Robinson, a pass over on the wing. Savard is set by Lanny McDonald. Darryl Sittler rolls it out in front and Dryden covers up.
Excellent checking again by the Leafs. The Montreal Canadiens threw 2 wingers outside their own zone, and still the Leafs were able to contain them, keep them in that zone.
What the Leafs can't afford to do is sit back and enjoy that goal that tied it and say, well, we'll let Darryl or Lanny score the winner somewhere in the future. They've got to pull together as a team now and keep working hard and digging hard in that Montreal zone, because that Montreal team can come up with a big surprise on you when you least expect it.
Absolutely. You know, Brian, when you wait for something to happen, it usually goes against you. So you've got to go out there and make things happen.
On the face-off, it's Lemaire out there now with Mark Napier, who took the pass at center. Goes over the blue line. Napier trying to work his way in, and it's knocked back out to center right. Cleared to Napier, pass to Gainey. Napier's over the line again, takes the shot. And he just blasted that one wide. Now Robinson is shot. Palmer can't stop that. It's Robinson with it again. Larry Robinson. Back to Serge Savard. Savard trying to come in. Took his shot. It's underneath Salmon. Play is called. 1:13 left. In the third period, a 3-3 tie.
I'll tell you, we saw a great save by Palmatier. We talked how he's starting to challenge the shooters when there's men in front. He got in front of the man that was standing in front of him. Now watch how far he comes out. Take away the deflection. Screen there by Gainey and still comes up with a save.
And Napier was right there for the rebound and just slid by the puck.
Brian, you know what really looms as a big play is that 3-on-1 that Lemaire's line had and never got a shot on net.
Right. You don't see that happen too often. You know, they kind of follow the Russian technique, too, of dropping a guy a little bit further back on a play like that. But the play came to Lafleur, and Palmatier stabbed his stick out and broke it up.
Here Mondu wins the draw to the point. A shot. Palmatier stopped that. Here's Lafleur. And he backhanded one high. Ian Turnbull off the boards and down to center ice. Less than a minute to go in the third period. Palmatier then to Turnbull. Lafleur is after him. It's hit the referee, Robinson. Now Gainey couldn't get it. Turnbull has it, lost it. There's Pierre Mondu going right in. And his shot hit Jones. Jones brings it out. Gets it up at center for Jerry Butler. Butler's got it over the line, going in on goal. And a great save by Dryden. Another shot out in front. Here's Turnbull with 26 seconds. Turnbull into the corner. He goes back to the net. Left it there for Jerry Butler. Butler back for Salming and a roll out. And Lafleur has it. 3-on-1. 14 seconds. Over to Mondu. Palmatier stopped that. It's back to Gainey. Over to Lafleur. Pass. And that goes wide of the net. The puck comes to Timmy Jones. He gets it out. And what a finish to regulation time.
We've got overtime.
Yes, sir.
And Palmatier, he's made a believer out of me.
Wasn't that some play at the end? The Leafs were dog-tired as the Canadiens came down. With the best of them. There's Lafleur leading the way, and Gainey. Watch it develop.
Again, another 3-on-1 break. Look at that.
Oh, the save by Palmatier.
I don't think Mondu got the good wood on that one.
And they are tired. We go right into the Leaf dressing room, or almost right into their hidden quarters. The no admittance sign on the door. Our camera, a very rare shot, following the Leafs as they go off and prepare for the overtime.
New game.
What a finish of that regulation play.
Now, Brian, we're getting to a situation now. The most exciting part in hockey is this sudden death overtime. Russian roulette.
All right, let's go downstairs now to Dave Hodge and Howie Meeker.
In the true tradition of Montreal-Toronto games, this is without doubt the best contest we've seen on Gardens Ice this year. And Howie Meeker, quite a third period. The Canadiens, I wonder if they were playing with that one-goal lead a little bit too much.
I kind of think so. Several occasions, the Montreal Canadiens had the puck deep in the Leaf zone. They played it smart. They wouldn't put it back in front of the net, didn't take any chance at all of giving it away. They weren't going for another goal. They were playing delaying tactics, and I kind of think they needed that other goal. Really, I had that feeling all along.
Well, you could see what happened when the Canadiens did allow the Sittler tying goal. All of a sudden, the play opened up. Canadiens had about 3 chances to win it. The Leafs could have won it near the end with Butler moving in.
Well, I think the Leafs applied tremendous pressure the last 10 minutes of the period, and the things seemed to shift when they put Saginaw and Wilson Every time Rocky got the puck, he got it deep, he got it out in front of the net, he outskated Canadians, and Wilson controlled the puck exceptionally well, and Turnbull moved up into the slot a half a dozen times.
Well, we're going to pick out a highlight of the third period. You don't know what it is, but I'll guarantee it's worth talking about.
Well, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. It's the Dryden save here. Sittler goes around behind the net and will toss it out in front. No, it isn't. So maybe we'll lead up to
this
it.
This is Saginaw, who really sparked a lot of the Leaf.
Yeah, here's the save. Look at this. Just there's the save. Now it goes right up off Turnbull. It goes right up the other end, 3-on-1. And the key here, watch Lafleur going in. Lemaire has it. Now, watch Palmateer stick. Hey, just like Johnny Bauer. Look at home free. If that's on Lafleur's stick, it's in. Mike saves the day. The puck went up in the other end, and we had a tie ball game. Unbelievably good period of hockey.
Is it going to continue the way it went after the Sittler goal in overtime? Are they going to go back and forth and end it quickly?
Yeah, sure, what the heck. That's the only way the Leafs are competitive, and I think throw it to them to get the first one fine. If we don't, what odds?
Seems to be the trend in overtime these days. First goal wins, and the first goal usually comes pretty early. The score at the end of regulation time, game number 3 quarterfinals, is Montreal 3 and Toronto 3.
Let the world of Amway come to serve you.
How do you make your laundry sparkle?
With Amway SAH detergent.
How do you protect your family's nutrition?
With Nutrilite food supplements.
How do you protect your family's safety?
With an Amway smoke detector.
How come you always look so great?
I use Artistry Cosmetics by Amway.
When someone wants to tell you about Amway, listen and get the whole story.
Shop the world of Amway, so easy to do.
Bright guy, Tony. When he put a new set of tires on his truck, he decided to go first class and pick the one and only Michelin. Liked Michelin quality so much, put a set on his family wagon. And even on his motorbike. The one and only Michelin.
It's the only tire I'd own.
Michelin.
This man is about to make his morning pot of fresh drip coffee before he goes to bed. He adds his favorite coffee, puts in enough water for 2 cups to 10, and then sets the built-in timer to start his coffee 8 hours later.
Night, dear. Night, Ramona. Good morning.
The Brew Starter from Canadian General Electric. A new idea that coffee lovers are waking up to.
Montreal 3, Toronto 3, overtime coming up imminently, and we have Gilles Tremblay with us, who does the French broadcast and used to play with the Montreal Canadiens with fellows like Bellevaux and the rest of them, and we've had an exciting hockey game here tonight and a little more excitement to come, but Gilles, the trend recently has been a quick score in overtime. What do you think?
Yeah, we had the 4 overtimes since the beginning of those series this year, and 2 of them went around 40-something seconds. And I noticed in the last couple of years, the boys are really quick in overtimes. And usually after 1 or 2 minutes, there's a goal score.
Jill, you see the Canadians day in and day out. Were you a little surprised that they seem to be trying to protect a 1-goal lead in that third period?
They've been doing it quite a while this year, Brian, and they lost a few games out of it. You know, games that they were supposed to win and finally end up by a tie. Montreal always been very strong, and the best defense is the offense. And as soon as they change their play, you can see playing in their own end. There's always a little panic around the net. Even with guys like Robinson, Lapointe, and those guys, if you're pressing the play all the time on them behind the net, you'll have the mistakes pretty soon, and that's what happened.
Speaking of mistakes, there was one by Lapointe, of course, that paid off in the tying goal, and then going back the other way. It's not often you see a Montreal team with Lafleur leading the way, getting a 3-on-1 or shot or Gainey or any of those guys without getting a shot on goal.
That's one thing that we just can't explain in hockey, because during the practices, during the season, every day you have to go 3-on-2, 3-on-1, 2-on-1, and the coaches always ask the players to at least, if you, let's say, and you're coming down 3-on-2, to have at least a shot on net. They don't ask you for a goal. At least finish your play to the net. On that first chance with Montreal, with Lemaire's shot and those guys going down, you didn't even see a shot on net with Lafleur on the right side.
Lafleur, of course, is a standout, and you know, he plays so smoothly and so well. I know the crowd gets on him here a little bit, but I think it's almost tinged with respect for the way he plays, the way it used to be when Bobby Orr came in.
Exactly. You know, when you're a big star in the league, you know that you have to base your play against checking player all the time. He's been doing it since, I would say, his second or third year in the league. And all the great players are used to play that way. And everywhere they go, they have the crowd yelling against them. But I'm telling you, as soon as they're going to walk in the lobby here at the Toronto, the Maple Leaf Garden, they'll be asking him for his autograph, and they'll be looking at him with their eyes about that big.
Joe, we have one quick question. Who's going to score the winner?
Oh, it's a tough deal. The way in Toronto end up that game, they're coming out with a good spirit on them. I would be scared if I would be in Montreal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go downstairs now to Dave Hodge and Lou Natty.
We found Lou in the crowd in the third period and figured that there had to be a reason for him to say hello to his fans, so we thought we'd have overtime. Lou, we're talking about the Canadiens maybe changing things a little bit with the one-goal lead going to the third period. What did the Leafs do, if anything, that was different and enabled them to come back?
Well, David, in the last 10 minutes, I believe it was 10:06, I noticed on the clock, when they finally decided that every time Lafleur, Lemaire, and Schutt came out there, rather than putting Jones, Butler, and Boutet out, they put Boutet out to stay in Lafleur, but they finally went to the offense and put McDonald and Sittler out there. You're one goal down, and that's basically what they should do. If you're even strength, you probably would want to stay with the checking line, but anytime you're behind, and especially later in the game, rather than staying with the checking line, you better have some offense too. Otherwise, you just look at the clock and say, for the next minute and 20 seconds, we won't score, but maybe they won't. At that stage of the game, they finally turned to the offense, hoping that maybe Sittler and McDonald could get a goal, and eventually in the later shift, Sittler did get a goal.
Well, we want to look at that Sittler goal, and while we're doing that, I want your thoughts as to whether the Leafs should continue to play it this way.
Well, what happens here is Engblom gets caught flat-footed, and Sittler goes to the outside. And anytime you've got nothing to do with the puck, it's never wrong to put it at the net, and it deflects off Lapointe. But the key thing here was the fact that they did have the offensive line out there, Montreal did, and rather than having the left wing over on the board so the defenseman can't come deep, the defenseman was standing up. He got caught a little on the outside. He takes the man outside, but Sittler's shot goes across the front and deflects off Lapointe. And the key is that really Montreal didn't have a defensive line out there, and they shouldn't have, because they've got one of the better lines, if not the best line in the league out there at that time. But when Toronto did get the opportunity, they capitalized on it.
You know what Montreal is going to do, at least I think we know, in overtime. They'll do exactly what they did in the final 2 minutes. When it was tied, they're trying to get the winner just as soon as possible. But to get back to the Leafs strategy, do they start to play it tight again, or do they continue the way they were going?
Well, David, you'll probably see now Jones and Butler and Boutet always on that Montreal line, but other than that, they've got to go for the chance to score. And just as you said earlier, in all overtime games, the majority of them in the other league, so to speak, which has overtime, they usually end within 4 minutes. The vast majority, something like 85%, were over in 4 minutes. And this year, and the Pittsburgh-Buffalo game was over in 47 seconds, and the other overtime game we've had was over quickly. So you could expect to see it end pretty quickly.
Why do you think that is, that the overtimes are being decided so quickly?
Late in the game, people usually are worried about making a mistake. They'd rather go for the overtime. But now, once it gets into overtime, you know that the first goal wins, and so you've got to just take any break you got and try and capitalize on it, which actually constitutes more wide-open play, and that's what eventually happens. People take a chance. They think they got a break. They don't score, and it's wide open the other end. You see some 2-on-1s, 3-on-2s. You do see a lot more wide-open hockey than you would in the last 10 minutes of a period when the score is 1 goal difference or even up.
I wouldn't say the series is going to be decided by the next goal, because if the Leafs score it, they're still not back even, and it really doesn't settle anything, although a Montreal goal and a 3-0 lead might make us say that. But I wonder just how much importance we can put on what we're going to see in the next few minutes.
Well, I'd have to say that the Leafs, you know, for all intents and purposes, are dead if they don't win this game right now. But if they do win, they're going to have a great deal of momentum and enthusiasm for tomorrow night. They could win that next game tomorrow night, and all of a sudden you'd have an even-up series. And for them, it is a do-or-die situation. For Montreal, it's not.
Let's play the name game. Pick 2 players, one of each team, that might score the winner.
Well, I'm going to pick Schutt for Montreal, and I got to pick Lanny McDonald for Toronto.
Well, okay, you took my Leaf away from me. I'll take Turnbull instead and go with a somewhat improbable player for Montreal, perhaps Yvon Lambert. So let's see what happens. You jot that down. I mean, you remember...
I thought you were going to go with Mondu.
No, you remember 10:06 on the clock. You ought to be able to remember those 4 names, and we'll see if we get lucky. Stanley Cup 79 continues in just a moment.
In celebration of Ford of Canada's 75th anniversary, your Ford and Mercury dealers present Beautiful Value Days. We're celebrating with the luxurious Diamond Jubilee cars, Ford LTD and Mercury Marquis. And there's more during Beautiful Value Days. 50% off beautiful styling option packages on Ford, Futura, Granada, Fairmont, Mercury, Zephyr, Monarch, and Z7. Beautiful values today. Details at Ford and Mercury dealers.
Welcome to our people-pleasing places. Mr. Carlin, your briefcase. Meet our people-pleasing faces.
Holiday Inn hotels are #1 in the world with the best standards.
Everything all right, sir?
Everything's just fine. People-pleasing standards to help make your trip successful.
Wherever you go in this whole big traveling world.
We want to make you comfortable.
Holiday Inn is #1 in people-pleasing.
If you were designing your own lawn tractor, you wouldn't cut corners. You'd design it to last with more features than bargain machines. Rugged, precision-engineered components, giant mowing capacity with bagging option, and a safe, comfortable ride. You'd design a John Deere 108 or 111. A lot more machine for your money. John Deere lawn and garden tractors with full dealer servicing. Remember, nothing runs like a deer.
As we say, if you've just joined us, we hope you have a video cassette, but what has happened here tonight is that it's been an entertaining hockey game from start to finish. Napier put the Canadiens in front, and the Leafs came back with goals by Sittler and McDonald to lead 2-1 at the end of one. Canadiens in less than 2 minutes scored twice in the second period, Robinson and Jacques Lemaire. Then in the third period, Montreal, perhaps a bit cozy with the 1-goal lead, saw the Leafs come on and put on the pressure, and the Leafs finally got a goal after better chances, really, when Sittler dumped the puck in front of the net. It went off Guy Lapointe standing directly in front of Dryden, and the puck was redirected over Dryden's shoulder into the net at 17:40, 2 minutes, 20 seconds from the end of regulation time. Sittler, unassisted, tied it for the Leafs at 3. And now we go to overtime in Game 3 of this series. A very, very big extra period coming up, and here's Brian McFarland and Gary Dornhoff.
We're just talking to Gary about who might score this overtime goal. You picked anybody out there yet?
Well, with Montreal, I went with Gainey, Bob Gainey. For the Leafs, I took Walt McKechnie.
Well, I have two different ones. I'll go with Napier. I think he's played a very solid game for Montreal tonight, and he's been in good scoring position often, and I'll take Sittler for the Leafs because he seems to be holding a hot hand around that net, even though he got a lot of help from Guy Lapointe on that tying effort.
Right.
You know, Brian, when you're sitting in that dressing room prior to this overtime, you know, your stomach is turning inside, your knees are shaking, but believe me, you can hardly wait to get out on that ice and get things going. And I know the feeling of scoring an overtime goal because I did it against Minnesota a few years ago, and it's the greatest feeling that you can ever experience. And so I know things are happening. Players are thinking about, boy, I wish I could score an overtime goal. So I think we're going to see an exciting overtime period.
Hey, keep rolling. That's good stuff. Come on, let's hear some more.
Well, all right, what do you do? How do you play it? I go right after him. You can't wait for something to happen, Brian. You have to take the offensive and take it to a team. If you sit back and wait for a break, you may never get that opportunity to score a goal. So I can see, as Lou Nanny had mentioned, both teams going right at it.
I agree with that, and I like the way he put it. You think you have a chance to score, so you dart in there and take it, you miss, and they come right back.
Well, you know, any shot directed at the net is a potential goal because I've seen so many funny things happen, you know, in sudden death overtime. But I'll tell you, the excitement here, the crowd, the whole season is riding with the Leafs on their goal if they score.
Well, they're ready to go. We don't want to miss this, so let's go now to Bill Hewitt again.
Thank you, Brian. And Roger Nielsen is out behind the bench waiting for his players to come back after they talk to each other. Looking at the third period summary, it was Sittler unassisted at 17:40, and the shots were by Montreal 12 and Toronto 10. And there's a big supporter of the Toronto Maple Leafs. He's hooping it up over near the Leaf bench. Well, we're all set to go. Sudden death overtime. And they go with Lemaire, Shutt, and Guy Lafleur. Jones wins the draw to Boria Salming. Over for Dave Burrows. He drives the puck in. And it's Larry Robinson back of the net. Robinson coming to the side. Now he's coming up towards the blue line. Dropped it back to Serge Savard. Savard then shoots the puck in. Around on the boards it comes. Back to Lemaire. A shot. Palmetier gloves that and held onto it.
Oh, I've just been watching Boutet with Lafleur. He's just sticking to him like an extra overcoat there.
Well, he's following wherever he goes.
Quick change now for the Leafs. Let's see what Scotty does, if anything. No action at the Montreal bench.
You know, that's a real challenge for Boutet also, you know, to keep Lafleur off the score sheet, and so far he's done a tremendous job.
Jacques Lemaire and Darryl Sittler. Lanny McDonald, Pat Boutet. Back to Lafleur, over to Robinson. Robinson took a shot. Palmetier stopped that. Over for Burrows. Burrows is given a bump, and Pat Boutet has the puck to Boria Salming. Up for Lanny McDonald. And that's driven back by Lemaire. Palmetier pushing it to Dave Burrows. Up for Lanny McDonald. It's knocked back in again. Burrows has to go back as the Canadiens try to force the Leafs in their own zone. Now it's Darryl Sittler getting it out to center ice. Savard shoots it right back in again. Burrows is knocked down by Rick Chartrand. The puck goes back to Robinson. Robinson a pass, stopped by Burrows to Pat Boutet. Pat Boutet's pass, intercepted by Bob Gainey. Gainey takes his shot. Salming stopped that. Gainey another shot. That's off the glass. Now then, Pat Boutet just gets rid of it down the ice. There's a race for the puck. Robinson gets there first, and that's icing.
I just wonder, Gary, if a little zip didn't go out of that Leaf attack, that they don't seem able to carry over their momentum from that third period of regulation play. At least in the opening moments here, they have a lot of trouble getting out of their own zone.
Well, that's because Montreal is doing a real good job of forechecking, and their defensemen are staying right in the blue line. You know, they're not coming out and letting the Leafs break out. They're getting right on top of them and not allowing the Maple Leafs to move that puck.
Well, this line has moved it earlier. We've got McKechnie out there, Maloney and Ellis now. So let's see if they have more success getting up into the neutral zone and then into the Montreal zone.
Now Montreal has Risebrough at center, Gainey on the left wing, and Mark Napier on the right side. McKechnie, Ellis, and Maloney for the Maple Leafs. Ian Turnbull and Dave Hutchison. Here's a screen shot by Lapointe. Palmetier stopped that. It comes to the blue line and out. At center ice. Cleared over. Back up for Risebrough. Risebrough for Napier. Napier let it go through. And the Leafs with Hutchison unable to get out. Gainey. Back it comes. Engblom's shot is stopped by Turnbull and shot out to center ice. The Canadiens really forcing play. Here's Napier getting into the clear. And he was poke checked from nowhere by Hutchison, as the Leafs left themselves wide open. And Lambert out there now. Now here's Walt McKechnie. A pass to Ron Ellis. Over the line for Maloney, and it's shot down the ice. Palmetier to Turnbull. Ian Turnbull shot the puck up to John Anderson. Anderson's over the line. A pass to Sittler and Ellis. Napier, stopped by Turnbull. John Anderson gets away from the point. Closes in with a shot. Engblom stopped that. And it's cleared back out to center ice. Hutchison off the board. And Lapointe. Lanny McDonald. And Lambert. Now Sittler steals the puck. Back to Lanny McDonald. Oh, that was just poked by Engblom. Now Anderson, a shot. And it's wide. Rebound goes into the crowd.
We've seen some great defensive play here. That last one by Engblom, who deflected that 2-on-1 by Sittler and McDonald.
Let's take a look at it, Gary. You're right. Engblom made the big play here. Sittler trapped that puck inside the zone. Oh, McDonald with that open net just waiting there. So inviting.
Face off outside the blue line. That's Lemaire, shot at Lafleur. Hitler, McDonald, and Boutet. It goes back to Salming. Salming's long shot goes around behind the net. Dryden tipping it to Robinson. He was checked. Hitler gets the puck out in front of the net. There's Savard over to Guy Lafleur. Lafleur, Lemaire, and shot over the line. Lemaire shot, and he fired it wide. The rebound came out over the blue line. Now Savard brings it in. Offside Lemaire.
Lemaire let a good shot. Lemaire let a good shot go there, and I don't think Palmatier saw that one. Just went wide.
And Guy Lafleur slipped away from Boutet for a second or two, and that could be an explosive situation.
You could watch Lafleur the whole night, and then in a sudden death, all of a sudden it's in the net.
Boryasami puts a high one down, and Savard is back to get it. There's Savard for Steve Shutt. Shutt is checked. Lenny McDonald trying to bang it back in again. Finally does. Dryden stopped it. Robinson has it back to the net. Robinson starting out now for Montreal. We're in overtime. Sudden death overtime. Lemaire closing in with Shutt, and he just rolled it into the corner, and Lanny McDonald is there. McDonald's pass is center for Sittler. Sittler tries a pass to Salming. Salming, then to Sittler. Sittler up at center. Over it goes to Pat Boutet. And his pass, Lafleur knocks down and gets it over to Steve Shutt. Steve Shutt coming back. Long shot. That one went over Lemaire's head. And it's Pat Boutet coming down the ice. Gets away from one check. Up at center. Flips the puck in. Gardner goes after it. Lynch changing on the go. The puck comes out to Robinson. Robinson going down the ice, over the line. He's checked. The Leafs trying to get away. Trimble. Pass. And Palmatier ran into Mondeau. Now Mondeau tipping it up for number 31, Mark Napier. He lost it. Hockey Saginaw out there. Puck shot to the far wing into the Leaf blue line. Turnbull gets it out. Pierre Mondeau brings it back. Mondeau lost it to Saginaw. Up he goes to Turnbull. Turnbull back for Rocky Saginaw. Saginaw trying to center it. It's poked back to the blue line. Turnbull a shot. That passed over top of the net on the way back. Napier coming up to center ice. Puts it in. Ian Turnbull goes back. Turnbull coming out. A pass to Rocky Saginaw. And his pass to Gardner is knocked back by Bob Gainey. Quenville around on the boards for William. William trying to get down the left wing. Over the line. Takes a shot. That's wide. Rocky Saginaw back to Quenville. His backhand. Gardner tried to steal it. Maloney did. And he elected to pass instead of shooting. And the Canadians recovered. Up for Risebrough. Over the line. Knocked back out over the blue line. Now Walt McKechnie has it. A long pass for Maloney. That goes around on the boards, touched by Engblom, and that'll be icing called against the Toronto Maple Leafs.
That was a very cautious shift by both teams. They're not letting the other team have an opportunity of getting that break and getting a good chance on net. Look at those stats for Borgie Salming for 3 periods. 35 minutes, 42 seconds. Long time.
Well, there are a few million people across the land on the edge of their seats right about now. This game of hockey, the greatest team game we know, and it's exciting now as we're into overtime. 3-3 tie.
From the face-off, Steve Shatner to get loose. But Doc Lemaire couldn't get a drive. There's a shot by Savard. Oh, Palmatier somehow got a piece of it. That was even a deflection. Jimmy Jones for Pat Boutet. He's checked. Guy Lafleur over the line. Burroughs knocked it out. Now Pat Boutet. Over for Boryasami. Up at center. Drives the puck in. Stopped there by Dryden. There's Savard. For Lafleur. Flipped it out over the blue line. Shot back. Robinson's got it. And it's a delayed whistle offside at the Montreal blue line.
Again, we see Boutet all over Lafleur. Wherever he goes, Boutet is right beside him.
You know, if you're looking for something that may happen, it's the ability of the Montreal defense, once they get possession of that puck, just to throw that pass to a cutting winger or centerman on the Canadiens team. You know how they break out so fast, they get themselves in the clear, that quick pass. So the Leafs will have to be very aware of that play.
Two unusual plays. First, the Leafs allowed Napier to almost break right into the middle on one occasion. Burroughs made a great defensive move, and then the puck that came out over the net bounced off the boards and came right in front. And here's a play, Gary.
That's a deflection.
Oh, yes.
And Cure, he was ready to make the save to the right and to change direction, and he was equal to the task.
Salming shoots the puck in, goes around on the board, far side. Mark Napier getting the puck out to Guy Lafleur, and Lafleur couldn't control it. Salming drives it right back to the Montreal defense. Now Darryl Sittler waiting for Lane McDonald to get onside. Salming comes in with it. Salming gets the shot, and he just shot it wide in the corner. Back for Montreal, Mark Napier over the line. Napier closing in, drops it back. Sittler's check. A drive right into Napier. Napier cleared it right in front of the net. Boutet cleared it but not out. There's a shot by the point, and it was stopped by Palmetier. Now here comes Sittler. 2-on-1 with Pat Boutet. The puck goes out to center right. Now Salming waits for his teammates to get onside. Shoots it in. Back to the net for Engblom. Over to Guy Lapointe. Guy Lapointe coming out. A long pass up for Bob Gainey. Hutchison goes back to get it. And that is going to be called for icing against the Montreal Canadiens.
Something else we have to really pay attention to is anytime there's a face-off, you know, in one of the zones, how important each one of those face-offs are. So it's up to the center iceman to make sure that their men are positioned properly and really bear down on those draws.
One thing, nobody's leaving.
Sudden death overtime. Walt McKechnie against Jacques Lemaire. Every face-off is important. McKechnie wins the draw. It comes back to Turnbull. Turnbull shoots. Right on. Bang on. And it goes out and down the ice. Hutchison after it. Gainey after him. Gainey knocked down. Walt McKechnie had the puck, shot it to the blue line, but not out. Serge Savard keeps it in with a shot. That rolls in front of the net. Palmetier's down, and he's got it.
We have a mix-up now with behind the goal. Hutchison was in there. Savard made a great play to keep that puck from being offside. He trapped it right on the blue line, kept it in, and it almost found the corner of the net. Palmetier, very alert. Saginac in there.
Saginac and Hughes, huh?
Pat Hughes hasn't had much ice time tonight.
First shift.
I tell you, Scotty, he must have had a brainwave of some sort. You know, hasn't played the guy the whole game and then puts him out there. That's a tough situation for a player to find himself. Sit out for 60 minutes and then get into a game in sudden death overtime.
What's the biggest problem, Gary? Is it the legs? I mean, you must be pretty cramped on that bench.
Well, not only that, Brian, but you're not even into the game. You don't even feel part of it. You're sitting there watching like a cheerleader, and then all of a sudden you're thrust into the action, and, you know, one mistake on your part and the game is over, so you're very aware of that.
Toronto penalty.
Scotty's probably playing a hunch. Maybe I'll send my boy out there and he'll end it.
8:21. Roughing penalties to Hughes and Hutchison.
For Toronto, Dave Hutchison roughing. Time 8:21.
So they have a little more ice to play in now.
Yes, they do, and it's 5-a-side. And guess who's coming back out again? Boria Selman. With Dave Burroughs, Dan Maloney, and Walt McKechnie. Lafleur coming out with, now they're not going to let them come out. Lemaire will remain out there. Robinson, Savard, and Bob Gainey. All set to go. A 3-3 tie in overtime. It comes back to Serge Savard. Savard gets it to Larry Robinson. His shot knocked down by Boreas Salming. McKechnie lost his stick. The puck goes out. And Bob Gainey will have to turn. Gainey shoots the puck over the line. And McKechnie's back there for it. Walt McKechnie, Dan Maloney, Boreas Salming. Salming takes his pass. Salming dumps it in. Savard goes back to get it. Dryden knocked it into the corner. Maloney with the puck. Still has it. Trying to set up Sittler, and Savard gets it to Larry Robinson. Now Lanny McDonald is out on the ice. Up for Guy Lafleur. Took his shot. Palmatier falls. Knocks it into the corner. Lanny McDonald trying to get the puck out. He's being watched by Lemaire. Over to Boreas Salming. Over to Burroughs, back to Salming. Salming pulled away from Lafleur. Gets it over the line to Lanny McDonald. For Darryl Sittler, right in front. They bang at him. And Dryden knocked it off to the side. Play was called. And Sittler nearly got a stick on him.
Well, Sittler was turned around. He just couldn't get his good control of that puck. But, you know, it could have deflected. Great scoring chance there. McDonald just lays it out in front. Look at the battle in front of the net there. And then finally Robinson steers him aside. But the goal doesn't have to be a pretty one, Bill, you know, as long as it goes over that line.
Here's Lanny McDonald, a shot. Dryden stopped that. Guy Lafleur out to Risebrough. Stopped by Turnbull. Over to Quenville. Old Quenville. A pass for Lanny McDonald. Then Quenville moves up. Tried to center it, and Lafleur takes it. Guy Lafleur coming down the ice. Takes a shot. Oh, and Palmatier just got a piece of it. Darryl Sittler goes down. Ian Turnbull with the puck. Turnbull starting up with a pass to Darryl Sittler. Sittler had to go off the end of his stick. Shot back. Turnbull turns. Turnbull at center ice. He takes a long shot. That's a bouncer. Dryden had to come out to cover it. And Engblom brings it back from Montreal. Gets away from Gardner. Up over the blue line. Has the puck. Shot it to the corner. And Quenville gets it up for William. A long pass for Dave Hutchison. Hutchison with it and goal. It's right in front of the net. Gardner missed it. It comes back to the blue line. Shot by Turnbull. And that's wide. As the Leafs came within an ace. Back though for Mark Napier, number 31. And he's chased off to the board. The puck goes then to Lambert. Back to Savard. Savard's given a bump, but he gets away from Williams. Cleared it out in front. It's knocked down. Rusty Saginaw to Gardner. One man back. They're closing in. The pass, and Saginaw shot the pass in front. Canadians come back. Lambert at center. Over the line. For Pierre Mondeau. Mondeu's pass comes out. And it's Savard. Back to Robinson. Wagner nearly stole it. Now then Robinson coming down the ice. Over the line. And three Leafs break away again. Gardner and Saginaw. Gardner closing in. Takes the shot. And he bounced it off the outside of the post. Rocky Saginaw takes his shot. It's right in front of Gardner. Couldn't get it over top of Dryden. Back comes Gainey. Over the line. Into the corner. Sent it in, and the Leafs will go back again. A long pass up at center. Saginaw for McKechnie. And it's called offside at the blue line in one action.
Oh, my goodness. Everybody take a deep breath now. What action indeed. That was just incredible.
Gardner, two excellent chances. One there when he's trying to give Saginaw the puck. And another time when he was all alone, just couldn't get it up.
Oh, you know, it makes it so tough when you have to think on those plays here. I mean, you'd really like to go bang, bang, bang. You're going down, you have to make a play. You have to think, what am I going to do? Should I pass? Should I shoot? And if you make the wrong choice, you're just thrown inwardly.
And I'll tell you, I hope all you fans out there are enjoying this as much as we are bringing it to you, because I haven't been a long time since I've seen a game as good as this one.
Jimmy Jones out there with Jerry Butler and Pat Boutette. Lafleur shot at Lemaire. And it goes back to Boria Salming. Salming takes a screenshot. It was way wide. And Guy Lapointe shot it around. Jerry Butler traps it. Rolled it out in front. It goes to Boria Salming. His shot is deflected into the corner. And it's cleared by Montreal to center ice. Now it's Ingblom. He stopped. Salming couldn't get the pass from Jones. And it goes over to the far wing to Guy Lapointe. Back to Brian Ingblom. Ingblom up banned on his first try. And now then Jerry Butler. Jerry Butler flipped it over the line. It's stopped there by Lapointe. Stopped now by Pat Boutette. He gets it over the line. Pat Boutette holds it against the boards. Play is called.
You know, Brian, you wonder what how the legs are going to be for tomorrow night. You know, these teams have to play again tomorrow night.
Well,
what are they going to do for an encore?
You're right, and you know, we've got 7:09 to play in this first overtime period. They don't normally go this long. In the last 8 years, including 1979, only one of 52 overtime games went into a second overtime period. They're getting tired.
Maybe we can hit that Montreal-Detroit overtime. 6 overtimes?
Right from the face-off, Dan Maloney gets his shot. Ron Ellis coming in from the other side. His shot knocked down by Robinson. It goes to Dan Maloney. Maloney centered it. Ellis was there. So was McKechnie. That serves the Savard. Picks it off. Up for Gainey. And Gainey again from Savard. Bob Gainey turns. Over to Robinson. Robinson shot it right to the blue line, and Walt McKechnie has it. McKechnie for Maloney. And it's picked up by Savard. Savard shot it off the boards. Maloney and Ron Ellis tried to combine. Ellis. Then for Maloney, and that's stopped by Risebrough. Doug Risebrough at center. Over the line. Trying to get around to the fence. Knocked out to the side, and Ian Turnbull has it. And it's knocked off his stick into the crowd.
I think you'll see another change now. The legs beginning to betray some of these fellows.
Well, it's very important, Brian, that the shifts are real short. Don't overstay your shift, because once you get caught in that offensive zone, you know, you still have to have the legs to get back and help out. Usually when guys are out there and they're too tired, that's when they're going to make a mistake, which could result in a goal. You know, so they have to be very aware of that.
You know, puck control is so important too. Once you give up the puck, you kind of do a little flip-flop inside and say, uh-oh, we could be in trouble now. We don't have it anymore. You've got to hang on to it if you possibly can.
Now they send Sittler at center with Pat Boutette on the left wing with Lanny McDonald, because Lemaire, Lafleur, and Mark Napier are out there. Lanny McDonald getting it over the line for Sittler. Guy Lapointe goes to the boards. They're trying to dig it out. Sittler's got it. Sittler along the boards trying to take a look. Still has it. Centered it right out in front. Ian Turnbull a shot. That's wide. Ends up on Guy Lapointe's stick. Lapointe at his own blue line. Up at center. Gets over the leaf line. Got the puck in. Palmetier missed it. Mark Napier with the puck. Tries a pass for Lafleur. Lafleur backhands it out. And Sittler's got a break. Going down the ice. They're trying to get back. Savard got back. Lanny McDonald missed it. And here's Napier getting down the left side. He's coming in from the left wing. He's going right in. Oh, and Palmetier challenged him. And he went flying into the board. Mark Napier is leaving the ice. He hurt himself. A long pass for Lanny McDonald is going the length of the ice. It will come back for icing.
So Napier could have put it out of reach, could have won it right there with that break. Instead, he goes off limping as Palmetier, as you mentioned, came out and challenged him. He got by Hutchison.
What a burst of speed. Look at him cut in now. He made the right play. You know, I don't think he could have cut to the inside, but
no,
he could have gone.
He saw the stick there, I believe.
Right, a little further outside and then cut in front. But boy, that's a hit and miss situation with a goaltender. He has to decide whether he's going to go out and then go. No hesitation.
He even made a good play to finish it up, shoveling the puck back into the slot area.
Pierre Mondu at center with Lambert on one wing, and they put Hughes out now on the right side. There's a puck down into Canadian territory, shot out and in again by Williams on a delayed whistle offside.
Saginaw claiming he was interfered with on that rush. You know, that takes so much strength out of you when you're hustling to get around a player and he gets a little piece of you, pushes, shoves, just knocks you off stride. Suddenly your strength goes right out.
Brian, there's no way there's going to be a penalty call unless it's on a breakaway and somebody hauls you down. You might as well face that right now.
Back for Serge Savard. Serge Savard gets away from Gardner, gets it up for Mondu off his stick. Earl shot the puck into the crowd, and the faceoff will be back out at center. Williams and Hughes are renewing
Old acquaintances?
their sticks up.
Williams' uncles are here tonight. One from Beausejour, Saskatchewan. The other one from Starthooks. No, I'm sorry. Beausejour, Manitoba, and Starthooks, Saskatchewan.
Very good.
That's a tongue twister.
Oh, I know, but they're great hockey towns, so Tiger tells me. They'll really like you if you can mention those cities.
4 minutes and 39 seconds remaining in the first overtime. 3-3 tie. The first goal ends it. It's Lemaire out there as the puck is cleared over to Larry Robinson. Robinson shot it over the line. Bob Gainey goes after it. Gainey covered by Boria Salming. They both go down. And the face-off will be in the Leafs zone to the left.
Oh, come on, fellas. Let's get up. It's hard.
Particularly for Boria Salming.
Well, every shift gets tougher. I'll tell you, the legs, they feel like lead at this stage of the game, and yet, somehow you just have to keep going, push yourself, make yourself work out there. That little extra, that's what's going to win this hockey game, the person that gives it that little extra.
Very important face-off in Leaf territory. Lemaire. And the puck goes to Pat Boutet. To Jerry Butler off his skate to center. Robinson gives it to Savard. And Savard feeds it back to Robinson. A long shot into the corner off the boards. Dave Burrows is into the boards rather heavily. That he seemed to protect himself with his gloves. Getting up a little slowly though, Brian.
Well, he did go in heavily, and I was going to say the next minute or so is a critical one. We got Lemaire, Lafleur, and Gainey out there. Great offensive threats for Montreal, and the Leaf checkers. Boutet, who's really played a standout game here tonight. Jones, Butler. Now Quenneville comes back on. You may notice we pronounce his name Quenneville. He told us a couple of weeks ago that's the way he preferred it. We've been calling him Kenville most of the season. And Salming, of course, is back out.
Okay, Brian, we're all set to go now, and the puck rolls to Boria Salming, back of the net. Salming just gets rid of it down the ice, and Savard will have to go back and get it, and that'll be icing.
Well, you certainly don't want to do that. Ice a puck and have a chance for another face-off in your zone. Lemaire, he's one of the best.
Both coaches Gary are doing a little bit of walking.
I wonder why, Bill. Pacing back and forth.
Nobody's thinking ahead yet to tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, same place.
Mark Napier has left and gone to the dressing room for the Montreal Canadiens, limping. We have Risebrough, Gainey, Lafleur, Robinson, and Savard.
That's it. Boutet over there.
Jones, Boutet, Butler, Quenville, and Salming. The puck knocked to the board. Salming goes after his man. Risebrough goes down, but gets it back to Serge Savard. Savard gets away from Jimmy Jones. Savard closing in with a shot. It's right in front. Another shot. Palmatier stopped that. It was knocked down with a high stick. And Palmatier, how he ever made that save.
You know, it's so important that when a forward goes out to a defenseman, he has to take his body. He can't try to stick check him.
This is what Jones did against Savard.
You have to take. You can't let him get loose like that. He comes right out in front. Now the play was whistled down, but again, just a super save by Palmatier, and both goalies have made remarkable saves in this overtime.
And a good play by Savard to move in from the point like that.
Well, he's been around a long time, Brian. If he sees an opening, he's going to go. That's the versatility of the Canadian defense. If they see an opening and they go, and a forward just drops back to cover up that spot.
And we have another false start. Risebrough remains in there. Jones is out. It goes to Jerry Butler. Back to Ian Turnbull. Back for Jerry Butler. Butler's over the blue line. Butler trying to cut in. Goes to the corner. Drags the puck behind the net. Larry Robinson is there. He shoots it to the blue line. Quenville kept it in. Butler goes after it. Robinson. Here's the puck into the corner. So on the boards for Quenville again. Jerry Butler centered it out in front. Robinson to Savard. And it's out to center ice. Ian Turnbull shoots it right back in again. Lanny McDonald is on the ice. Robinson is given a bump. Gainey let it go. Quenville kept it in. Now it's Gainey getting it out to Guy Lafleur. And stopped by Lanny McDonald. McDonald losing it. Robinson's got it now for Montreal. He handed it to Ian Turnbull. Over the line. Turnbull shoots. Ian Turnbull rattled one off the post, as he appeared to have Dryden beaten on the shot. Goes out to center ice. John Anderson tried to get over the line. He's up there with Sittler and Lanny McDonald. Goes back from Savard to Robinson. From Lambert over onto the far side. Over the line is Cam Connors, been used very sparingly. Sittler fails to get it out. Lambert was shot, and Palmatier knocked that one down. Sittler goes down, and play is called, and we'll have a face-off. As we have Hughes out there, number 30.
Gary Sittler just broke one of Fred Shiro's commandments, correct me if I'm wrong, but he fired the puck across the rink in his own zone, and as Shiro, I believe, said, you never do that unless you're absolutely sure of that puck being completed.
No, you better believe it, Brian. Anytime you do that in your own zone, you're asking for trouble. And watch this shot. The puck's rolling, and Turnbull still gets good wood on it. It looked like he had Dryden beat cleanly. Hit the goalpost.
You know, I think he was waiting for that puck to lie down. He couldn't get it to lay flat.
You know, just prior to that, Robinson shot the puck around the boards 3 times. Quenville had it, but being a left-hand shot, you know, he had it just backhanded in the into the corner again. But had he been a right-hand shot, I'm sure that he would have been able to get some good shots away at Dryden. That's the difficulty playing your off position.
Pierre Mondu with Lemaire and Lafleur. Play is called, knocked down with a high stick. Face off outside the Leaf blue line. Williams, Sittler, and Lanny McDonald. Burroughs and Borja Salming. Goes back to Engblom. Engblom gets away from Salming, gets over the line, drops it back. Here's Mondu a shot. It's out in front of the net. And Salming goes down as Mike Palmatier stopped the rising shot.
Engblom had no hockey stick. Otherwise, he could have been the hero. Earlier, Napier could have won it for Montreal. He was injured instead. Engblom right in front of Palmatier and no stick. What a frustrating moment.
I was just going to say, Brian, that's very frustrating for Engblom to be in front of the net all by himself. And And there you see Salming. He hasn't got a stick either. Oh, boy. We've seen everything tonight.
1 minute, 47 seconds remaining in the first overtime.
Well, so much about the game ending in the first 40 seconds.
That's right.
Here, Mondu, Jacques Lemaire, Guy Lafleur. Pat Boutet is back out on the left side. Boria Salming flipped it to the blue line, and it's out and in again by Guy Lapointe.
We had an overtime game on Wednesday, 1-0 victory by the Islanders over Chicago. That was the first 1-0 overtime game in 25 years. Here we're tied at 3 with 1:43 to play, first overtime.
You know, a game like this, Brian, players are going to lose 8-9 pounds.
Pat Boutet going behind the net. Goes over to Dave Burrows. Burrows flips the puck, knocked down by Guy Lapointe. Burrows lost the puck to Lapointe again. It's and that one was right on, and Dryden made the save. It's cleared right back in again. Dryden to Larry Robinson. Back to Guy Lapointe. Guy Lapointe shoots the puck, and it goes into the crowd. Sittler had a great chance.
Well, a good example. If you harass anybody and get on them, you're going to come up with those loose pucks. Canadians coughed it up.
Sittler showed a very quick release on this, and that might have taken Dryden by surprise, but let's watch again. The puck might have been right into his pads. Still, give Dryden credit. He's made a couple of key saves here in this overtime period, and of course the one off the goal post was the most frustrating moment for the Leafs.
Sittler with John Anderson and Lanny McDonald. Bob Gainey out there with Risebrough. Rick Chartrois, number 27, Robinson and Savard. The puck in the face-off circle, and it's brought out by Savard. Savard coming up slowly to center ice. Passes one for Gainey, and it's offside.
Well, the national news will be coming up immediately following the hockey game, and I don't know what their lead story is, but it couldn't attract any more interest than what we're watching right now out here.
Well, we're certainly in a key situation now with only 1 minute left. And any time that there's a face-off in one of the zones, both teams will certainly have their best face-off men out there. The only thing we haven't had tonight is a goal from the face-off.
We have Walt McKechnie at center, McDonald on the right side, and Pat Boutet on the left. Risebrough, Gainey, and Lafleur. Gainey lost the puck to Lanny McDonald. He drives it around on the boards. Pat Boutet shot it in behind the net. It goes into the corner. Comes out and down the ice, and Boria Salming's going back for it. He chops it up into the crowd to make sure with 42 seconds remaining in the first overtime.
Well, we know you got it. Boy, that came high.
Think Salming will be tired after tonight's game?
Well, you know, I was just watching King Clancy down there a while ago, and he'll tell you that in the olden days, whenever that was, everybody used to play 60 minutes a game. But they didn't play, I don't think, at the speed we're watching tonight, perhaps. We'll have to ask King about that later.
Well, you know, that's the remarkable part about this game, Brian, is that the pace is as fast now as it was at the beginning of the game. Both teams, they just haven't stopped skating.
Harold Sittler comes back to center. It comes back to Larry Robinson. That shot is deflected by Salming over to Pat Boutet. Up for Sittler. Lanny McDonald tried to steal it. And it's Bob Gainey to Larry Robinson. Over to Sir Savard. 26 seconds remaining in the first overtime. Sir Savard gets it over the line. Jacques Lemaire took a shot, and that was deflected off the boards and then off the glass into the crowd, and we'll have a face-off in the Leaf zone with 16 seconds remaining in the first overtime.
Burrows was shaken up in the corner moments ago, and perhaps that's one reason he has the ice pack on the back of the net. He might just like it for cooling purposes.
coaches certainly haven't changed their expression tonight.
No matter what happens here tonight, there'll be a lot of people talking about this hockey game all day tomorrow.
On the face-off, it's Guy Lafleur, and a shot was blocked. Robinson lets one go. Palmateer stopped that, and it goes to Pat Boutette. He chopped at it with Jimmy Jones. Robinson kept it in, 2 seconds, and we'll have another face-off with 2 seconds left in the first overtime.
Gary, would you take Dryden out?
Absolutely. I was going to ask that question when there were 16 seconds left. Would you take him out?
I would here.
You know, Boutette, just prior to the face-off there, made a super play. The Canadians were putting on a little pressure. He had the puck. The first reaction is to shoot it out right away, you know, and might have given the puck away at that time, but he hung on to it, got it behind the net, and there was a stoppage in play.
Watch Lafleur. He's in good position for a shot if Lemaire can get it to him.
On the face-off, the puck goes down the ice, the bell goes, and the first overtime is over.
Time to refuel. I'm a little damp around the collar. I don't know about you fellas.
Getting warm.
Is this time and a half tonight, Brian? Is this what they mean by time and a half?
Oh, boy. Organist Ralph Fraser playing some very soothing music now. At the start of the game, he was playing things like We Are the Champions and United We Stand, but it's time for some quiet music as everybody sits back now to await overtime period number 2. Let's go downstairs now to Dave Hodge and Ivan Cournoyer.
We're very pleased to have the Montreal Canadiens captain with us, and there's some irony in the fact that we're going to a second overtime period between the Canadiens and the Leafs, and we have Ivan with us because we can think back to 1967, the last multiple overtime game played at Maple Leaf Gardens, in the final between the Leafs and the Canadiens, and Bob Pulford scored to end it. We believe that occurred in the third overtime period, but what memories do you have of that game?
Well, I got a memory that we lost the game.
Yeah. That's the bottom line, of course. I don't think my memory's a little hazy back in 67, although it's a series that is very memorable in many ways, but nothing could be much more exciting than what we've seen tonight.
Yes, I would say so, and you know, those games are very dangerous because a player can get hurt very easy because he's overtired, so those games is really demanding of one guy.
We're watching the 3 Montreal defensemen play a lot tonight. Boreas Salming played 35 of the first 60 minutes and had to be on the ice a lot in the 20-minute overtime period. Do you notice that there are certain players getting tired out there, perhaps more than others?
Well, I would say so, like guys like Guy Lafleur, Jacques Lemaire, and all the 3 defense who play a lot. The third period, they always on the ice, so I would say it's really demanding, and we never know what can happen of those games. Like, you never know if it's a goal from the defense, and like, you know, Sickler just got a lucky goal, but it's hockey, and you never know what can happen.
Ivan, you have been on the ice, not the way your fans would wish, in uniform in a game such as this one, but during the Canadiens' practices, I wonder if you could tell us just what they've been concentrating on and what your role is in preparing them.
Well, I would say in the playoff, I think the power play is really important. If you score 1 or 2 goals a game in the power play, you did your job. My job is just to help the guys and try to help them the most I can. I wish my back would be fine right now.
What is the state of your health as far as next season is concerned?
Well, I don't know yet. I'm going to have a doctor this summer. I'm going to wait a little bit, and if I got no chance to get hurt again, I might give him another try. But if he said, you know, it's really dangerous if you get back again, I don't want to go for a hat trick on the table.
Are you planning to stay in hockey if you cannot return?
Well, I don't know yet. I got some plans, but now I'm with a good organization, and I don't know what can happen.
You have to be very impressed with what you've seen of Mark Napier tonight, and I don't believe he returned after he slammed into the net, but it's just another example of a young player that the Canadiens bring on patiently. You know the story. It happened to you. It happened to Guy Lafleur and everybody else, but his speed was very valuable during that overtime, and I think the Canadiens might have missed it when he got hurt.
I think Mark played pretty well the first game against the Leafs, and the second, all through the series. Like he's got more ice time. Like we got a few guys hurt, like Ridgeol and Mario Tremblay, they hurt, so he's getting more ice time and his confidence coming back, so he's going to be a really good hockey player.
Ivan, great to see you. We hope to see you next year in the red, white, and blue.
Thank you.
Ivan Cournoyer, the Canadiens captain, The score at the end of the first overtime period is Montreal 3 and Toronto 3.
What's it take to brew a great light beer? Had one yet? Since 1977, we've had ESP. ESP is the Ford Extended Service Plan option. It covers specified repair costs to major components of new Ford and Mercury cars, even light trucks, for 3 years or 60,000 kilometers. ESP also includes towing, a courtesy car, and servicing across Canada and the U.S. The Ford Extended Service Plan. Ask for full details at participating Ford and Mercury dealers.
Well, here we are again. Lou Nanny didn't have quite the opportunity to say hello to everybody in the first overtime intermission, and Howie's jumping around like Jiminy Cricket with highlights coming out his ears, so we have lots to talk about and some time to do it. Lou, I think it's the best game I've seen in, well, got to be several years anyway. I've often said that New Year's Eve game 75, the Canadians and the Red Army of the Soviet Union, was the best I've ever seen. And but in many ways, this can parallel it.
Well, Dave, you've got everything out there. There's been tremendous goaltending on both sides, a great number of chances for both teams, good speed, good body checking, solid hitting, no foolish penalties to speak of, just good efforts by a lot of individuals and good teamwork. And as you would think in an overtime, there were a lot of chances. Everybody was going for that goal, and so it led for wide open hockey. And wide open hockey is exciting hockey, and it's tremendously exciting when there's no goal scored and there's chances on both ends at just almost following instantaneously, and that's what we're seeing out here tonight.
Howie, we want to look at some highlights, and we hope in the confusion of getting things together that we can have them ready. But, well, let's look at them, and you talk, Howie.
Well, the highlight had to be the goaltending. It's just unbelievable here. Here Gardner takes the pass, and watch Saginaw go to try to create a 2-on-1. Gardner tried to pick the short side. It just went off the post, and like all good hockey players, he gets the rebound, throws it in front of the net. Saginaw will pick it up, and again, the Montreal defense sort of stand around and do nothing and leave Gardner home free. Look at right in front of the net, the pass right to him. Dryden just comes sprawling out using all that 6'4" length of his and makes a pretty good save. If Gardner had been able to get it upstairs, might have had a winner.
And as many chances as there were at that end, down the other one.
Well, Napier's coming in home free here, and certainly Palmetier had to guess, but Hutchinson cut him from going inside. He went outside. Watch the second effort here. This is what makes a great hockey player. He's going into the boards about 30 miles an hour, and he picks up the puck and tries to get it back out in front. But gee, great save by Palmetier. He guessed, and he guessed right.
We've seen Palmetier keep the Leafs in many games all season long, but you can watch the Canadians for 10 straight games and never really know that Dryden has been a factor. But it's the one game like this when they say that goaltending is so important in playoffs that you can appreciate Dryden.
Well, that's right, David. He doesn't seem to be called on to make as many saves as Palmetier, but when he is, he makes the great saves. And he goes unnoticed basically because he's not as spectacular a goaltender as Palmetier. Palmetier likes to roam away from the net. He's smaller, and smaller guys seem to be moving quicker, and when you've got those kind of quick movements out there, it just creates excitement, and because of it, Palmetier's style overshadows Dryden, but tonight both goaltenders are playing equally well, and you'd have to say in the last part of the season, for the most, well, I'd say for most of the games in the last 20, Palmetier was the key to the Leafs and probably playing the best goaltending of anybody in the league.
Howie, tell me if you've ever played beyond one overtime period, and then I'll tell you why I asked.
No, just one.
Well, there goes that idea.
I've been in a few of them,
well, let's guess then. I mean, you go after 3 periods to overtime, and a lot of hockey players have been through that, but you know, you're an example. There may not be many of these guys, if any, who have been into a second overtime. What are they thinking about now, or are they just trying to get some strength with it?
Well, I'd say this, that a lot of them wish they weren't going into that second overtime. Probably right now they're begging for somebody to score. if you looked at Montreal defense, that's why Sittler got that chance later. They've had so much ice time, they're not moving quickly and they're not accelerating out of there. So right now they're hoping that anybody gets a shot, take a shot. In other words, in a 2-on-1 situation, like the Leafs had in that first period, or in the first overtime, take the shot at all time. You never know when it's going to go in, so don't wait around.
Don't get fancy, right, Howie, if you're that tired?
If the Leafs get a shot and they get it up high, Dryden has been coming out and going down before the shot has been made, and he's been lucky. Everything that's been at him has been low or on the goalpost. The first Leaf that gets one upstairs is going to go in.
There's another interesting thing to contemplate, as most fans probably know. This game would have originally been played, according to the NHL plan, on Friday night, and would have given the players a day off before game number 4. Now they're going to leave here past midnight. They're going to have to come right back here tomorrow to play a 7 o'clock game. And I would think that apart from the normal momentum you would get, the physical energy that has been drained from these teams gives the winner of this game an even an added advantage with no day in between.
Well, not only that, David, I think maybe you people had something to do with it. You're trying to run this game into the next game, so you only have one talent fee to pay.
Oh. Yeah, I never thought of that. We bring you along for many reasons, Lou. I'll
save you some money, you know.
I'll tell you what, the scoring chances were many in that overtime period. And how do you play in a second overtime based on what has happened so far? I mean, would either team, Howie, say, look, it's now time to maybe tighten up and try and wait for a break to win this, because there have been all sorts of good scoring chances that haven't won it?
Well, Roger Nielsen, the first 2 shifts, double shifted Sittler and McDonald, and then from then on went to all the troops and played exceptionally well. The most interesting aspect of that period, outside of the fact the goaltending was super, that Lafleur, Shutt, and Lemaire just didn't seem to handle the puck. And if they're going to get a winning goal, the odds are it's going to have to come from them. So who's ever looking after Lemaire and Shutt hasn't touched the puck all night, has he?
Well, he didn't play the last 8 minutes or 10 minutes of that overtime. I think he got hurt in one of those checks too, so they put Gainey out there. And Shutt had the best chance early for Montreal. He deflected that shot by Savard, and a great save. And after that, they started putting Gainey out there, and they're putting Lafleur with everyone. And as you say, there was a double shifting on Toronto's side just as well as on Montreal. And right now, you got to go with your best because they're the most proficient and hope that they can do it.
What sort of balance did you see in the Leaf lineup between the so-called checkers and the scorers?
Well, Dave, early, he started out with Jones against Lafleur's line, but right after they had a face-off deep in the Leaf zone, he went right back to Sittler and McDonald, along with Boutet against Lafleur's line, kept that up for the majority of the overtime period until, I'd say the last 6 or 7 minutes. And every now and then he'd give Jones's line a shift against Lafleur's line, basically because Lafleur's got so much stamina, he's out there at all times. He wears out one checker. So Roger, at that time, was going to his strength. He was going to, if our best guys get the opportunity, they'll score. If their best get the opportunity, they'll score. But we're going to let the scorers get the most ice time, and he did that all the way along.
I haven't got a list of the players we picked to win it in overtime. We haven't asked you. How, have you got 2 players off the top of your head, one on either team?
Yeah, I would take Gardner and Lafleur.
Nobody's picked Lafleur, I don't think.
Yeah,
and nobody's picked Gardner. Okay, all right.
That's right, but Gardner had the chances too, and he's a good goal scorer. And right now, I'm thinking he's saying to himself, give me that one chance again, because he'll put it away.
Boy, it's going to be tough when it comes time to pick 3 stars. I would say almost impossible in this game. We talked about the goalies, the defensemen, the forwards. What a hockey game, and we hope you're enjoying it as much as we are, and there's no way you can get drowsy watching this one. Stay with us. Brian McFarland and Gary Dornhofer are wide awake and ready to go with their comments.
Thank you, David. We've enjoyed that little discussion you were enjoying yourself down there. And Gary, they've exhausted every possible subject except your golf game. We don't want to get into that tonight, but I like what you said last time we were on during the first intermission about the joy and getting up and the excitement and the weakness in the legs when things go wrong. And tell us a little bit more about that, the attitude of the players in the dressing room, the leadership of certain players. Certainly when Clark was leading those Philadelphia Flyers, you must have encountered moments like this.
Well, anytime you're in a sudden death overtime situation, Brian, it's so important that your concentration is 100%. You know, you can't be thinking about, oh boy, I'm tired and I've had a rough night, I've made mistakes. You always have to think positively. That's the key. Think positively. Think what you have to do that next period. And a lot of times, what we would do is, let's say, my winger isn't watching me that closely. It seems like every time I cut towards the middle, he doesn't bother following me. So mention that to a defenseman that you're playing with. He said, next time you see me cut toward the middle, the guy doesn't follow me, it might result in a goal. But you sit in the dressing room, there's always 3 or 4 guys that you can't shut up. You know, they're very enthusiastic. They want to get everybody going. But it's usually a very quiet time. You're within your own thoughts. You're thinking what you have to do in the next overtime period. And Freddie Shiro, he would come in maybe 2 or 3 minutes prior to the overtime and just mention some things that possibly we could use in the next overtime period or the overtime period, or things that we were having difficulty with, how to improve that situation.
I take it you were a little surprised at Scotty Bowman employing a couple of fellows who had seen very little ice time through the regular play.
Well, it's a very difficult situation, putting a player into that situation. They haven't played the whole game, and all of a sudden, when the game is on the line, to put them out there. Evidently, he has a lot of confidence that they can do the job. And one thing that they have going for them, they have fresh legs, they should be good and strong. It may result in a game. But on the other hand, having not had the feel of the game, the chance to participate, they might be susceptible to making a mistake, which could cost you the game.
It takes character to play this kind of a game in overtime like this. As a player, would you be the cautious type, or would you go for broke or take a chance, gamble a little, like we saw Sittler throw that rink-wide pass? If it had paid off, it might have been the winning goal right there.
Well, again, in your own zone, Brian, we talked about that so much. Be cautious in your own zone. You might tend to gamble a little more once you're in the offensive zone because you have to make things happen. You noticed all the scoring chances out there, and the game would have ended long ago had it not been for the goaltenders. They simply came up with a great saves. The teams are going to do the same thing. If they get a chance, they're going to go, and there's no caution.
Hey, we don't want to miss a second of what's coming up, so let's go now to Bill Hewitt once again.
Okay, Brian, and they're getting set for the face-off, and of course no scoring in the first overtime period, and the shots were even, 10 apiece. And there you see Dryden and Palmatier getting ready for the second overtime, and they've been brilliant. And we have the game tomorrow night, or if we wait a few minutes, we'll have it tonight. Quarterfinal game at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
The tendency is for the ice to get very warm out there, and what happens is that the ice becomes very soft, which will cause a lot of bouncing pucks. So let's watch that.
Okay, Borja Salming to Dave Burrows. Stopped by Guy Lafleur, was given a shove. Here's over the line for Daryl Sittler. Lanny McDonald's in the clear. Oh, Sittler shot it wide. Back for Bob Gainey. Over the line. A pass to Lafleur. He's knocked off the puck. And here's Sittler getting another chance. Down the ice, over the line. Takes his shot, and he drove it high over the glass into the spectators. But he had Lanny McDonald, Gary, wide open.
I don't think he saw him.
Well, you heard Lou Nanne say, when you get a chance to shoot the puck, and Daryl Sittler did just that, missed by about 4 inches off the far post.
We're into the second overtime as Larry Robinson has the puck back to the net. He's playing with Serge Savard. It comes up the center ice, stopped there and shot back by Borja Salming. Lanny McDonald goes in after it. The puck back to the net. Robinson couldn't get to it. It's down the ice for Bob Gainey, though, to center, over the leaf line. And Salming pokes the puck to Pat Boutet. Pat Boutet. Long pass to Lanny McDonald. To Daryl Sittler. Over the line for Sittler. Sittler into the corner, jammed by Savard. Hit the back of Lafleur's skate, and Savard has it. Off the boards for Bob Gainey. He just gets rid of it to center ice, and Pat Boutet is there. Pat Boutet. Over to Burrows. Burrows moving up through center. A long shot off the boards. Ron Ellis shoot! And that was stopped by Dryden. Cleared along the board. Not out. Now then, brought up by Serge Savard. A long shot. Palmatier, no trouble. To Ian Turnbull. Connor out there, number 20 now for the Canadiens. With Chartrand and Risebrough. Up the ice for number 5, De La Pointe. Pat the puck in. The two Canadian players buck together. And Dan Maloney. Into Joel Quenneville. Quenneville just backhands it down the ice. It's going to be on the net. And the point has to go back to him. It comes up the center. Turnbull into McKechnie to Maloney. He's checked. Here's Chartrand one-on-one with Quenneville. Takes his shot. And Palmatier somehow got his glove up on that. Play is called.
Very dangerous thrust there by Chartrand. He drilled that one high on Palmatier. I don't know how he stopped it.
Well, he used Quenneville as the screen there. That's always a good play. Man defending, try to just put it by one of his legs or through his legs, and just for a moment the goalie may lose sight of it. Palmatier, another great save.
An appropriate tune by the organist. That's entertainment.
Instructions from Coach Roger Nielsen as Paul Gardner gets set to face off. The puck rolls across to Williams, and Williams, Gardner, and Saginaw go down together, 3 of them. Over the line, a stride by Williams, handled by Dryden. Another shot, that one was knocked back. Williams shoots it into Saginaw, right in front for Gardner, comes back to the blue line. Turnbull kept it in. Finally, Lapointe gets it out to Chartrand. Chartrand coming up, Engblom with him, and over the line, the puck is knocked back out again, and Lapointe has it for Montreal. He flips it, here's Pierre Mondeau, and it's offside. And that was very fortunate. Chartrand was just a little too slow to get out of Leaf territory.
Well, he didn't have much choice, Bill, because I believe Quenneville very
tied up pretty good.
Had him locked up, and he couldn't really retreat in a hurry.
Lanny McDonald comes over the boards. And Sittler. Pat Hughes, number 30, out there now, getting a regular shift that Mark Napier has not been playing. A curling pass over. Larry Robinson sends Pierre Mondeau over the line. A pass behind to Lambert. And Boria Solman. A clear pass out to John Anderson. Savard back. Anderson shoots it. And that was stopped by Dryden. Savard pulls away from Anderson. Gets it up at center to Mondeau. Over the line. A back pass for Hughes. Hughes stopped by Salming. Salming gets it out. And Robinson feeds it to Savard. Savard just shoots it right back in again. Back to the net for Boria Salming. Salming, a pass up to Burrows. Burrows up at center. A long pass for Lanny McDonald. That's going over the red line, and that's icing.
Well, the pace has certainly slowed down a little bit in this second intermission. And it's understandably, we know why. You know, you wonder how they could keep going period after period. They played 6 overtime periods one night here back in the 30s. Ken Doherty, who was in at our game a few days ago, was the hero of that one. He'll probably be watching out in Moose Jaw tonight.
Jimmy Jones with Pat Boutette and Jerry Butler.
Bill, we have news that Steve Shutt is in the Montreal dressing room nursing a Charlie horse.
They are very painful. De La Fleur will face off against Pat Boutette. Kenny's out there as well. Boria Salming has the puck. And he's got it back in the net. Boria Salming with a pass to Jimmy Jones. Jones up to Jerry Butler. Pat Boutette, the 3 of them over the line. Pat Boutette shot it wide. Ends up behind the net. Jerry Butler for Pat Boutette. Joel Quenneville from the blue line. Shot it to an open wing right out of the first stick. LaFleur up at center with Gainey. And Gainey's way offside on the left wing.
Tonight at 7 o'clock, game 4 in the series. And now we have to, that's a 7 o'clock Eastern time start. We have to wonder about the condition of Steve Shutt for that game and also Mark Napier. So tonight at 7, game 4. Well past midnight here in Toronto.
Jimmy Jones against Jacques Lemaire. It goes back to Engblom. He shoots the puck in. It goes back to the Leaf net. Palmatier leaving it there for Selman. And that goes into the crowd.
A lot of babysitters going to be making an extra buck or two tonight.
Well, I still haven't seen an empty seat.
No, they're staying right to the end.
You know, the ice has held up remarkably well. We saw a little blue paint on the ice at the start of the period, but that was just painted on there. The ice is really, I think, in very good shape.
Roya Salming is getting a bit of a rest, so if he goes over, he gets quite a hand. Palmatier to Ian Turnbull. Turnbull coming up now for the Leafs. Gets up through center. Shot it for Jerry Butler. Butler had it over the line, and Lafleur picks it up. Lafleur to Bob Gainey. Gainey up at center to the Leaf line, and he's hauled down by Quenville. Mike Palmatier shoots it around on the boards, but not out. Engblom's pass, and then a long pass to Jerry Butler. And Dryden comes out of the net, shoots it away from him, and Engblom bounces it off the glass out to center ice. Pat Boutet trying to Jimmy Jones. Engblom shoots it out, and down the ice it goes. Quenville going back for it. The teams are changing on the go. Quenville, a long shot down the ice. Robinson will get to it first. Icing is called against the Maple Leafs.
Quenville saying, gee, I didn't want to do that. There's Steve Shutt just outside the Montreal dressing room back in the corridor. The injury again at Charlie Horse.
Tough to get rid of, aren't they, Gary?
Well, it depends how serious they are, Bill, but your leg just stiffens right up, and it's almost impossible to skate on it. It may take a week or so, depending the extent of the injury. You know, since the pace has really slowed down now, and the players and both teams are very tired, you're going to see more mistakes.
It's Risebrough, Chartreux, and Connor. Number 20 and Savard and Robinson. McKechnie wins the draw. Ian Turnbull trying to get the puck out. It came to center ice. Savard shot it back. Here's Risebrough going in. Connor shoots it good.
It slipped underneath Palmatier. And the Montreal Canadiens lead the series 3-0 on that peculiar goal. Palmatier still down on his knees. Now he's up, but the Montreal Canadiens have won this hockey game 4-3 on a very unusual goal that slipped through the pads of Palmatier.
You really have to feel badly for Palmatier because that man really came up with a good effort, and I'm sure he's in tears right now. And Napier, you know, he just let it go with the net, and Palmatier was going down and somehow went right between his legs into the net.
Well, it was Cam Connor who saw very little action, but he came through, and that paid off that hunch or strategy by Scotty Bowman to start and play a few of these fellows who hadn't been on the ice much. Connor, with one goal beside his name in the scoring stats, comes through with the overtime winner here. Watch it again. Connor slides it right through the legs. It was a slow motion goal. Maybe that's what fooled Palmatier, who was so brilliant here.
Well, the Canadiens broke away in that 2-on-1, and a good pass set Connor in. But again, you know, he actually fanned on the shot. It looked like
he didn't
went off the end of his stick, and Palmatier was going down, went right through his legs.
Well, you're right. He fanned on the shot, but he'll take it, and people, months, weeks, days from now will forget how it went in, but it went in.
Look at that. Isn't that amazing?
And that spoiled things for the Leaf fans here tonight who were hoping for the Leafs to get back in the series with an overtime victory against Montreal, but it turned in reverse, and Montreal wins it 4-3.
So the final score, Montreal 4, Toronto 3.
Canada's 75th anniversary, your Ford and Mercury dealers present Beautiful Value Days. We're celebrating with the luxurious Diamond Jubilee cars, Ford LTD and Mercury Marquis. And there's more during Beautiful Value Days. 50% off beautiful styling option packages on Ford, Futura, Granada, Fairmont, Mercury, Zephyr, Monarch, and Z7. Beautiful values today. Details at Ford and Mercury dealers.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are tonight's Molson 3 stars as selected by Hockey Night in Canada. The first star, Bob Gainey. Second star, Darryl Sittler. And the third star, Mark Napier.
Well, after polling our commentators, we had so much time that we went through the stands here at Maple Leaf Gardens and asked the fans to select the player on each team they thought would score the winning goal. And of 16,400 and some people, nobody picked Cam Connor. Isn't that the beauty of sport? The improbable happens. The man you would least expect to score, who hardly gets on the ice, gets the winning goal in a memorable game, and he, Cam Connor, has a lifetime memory to cherish. The Canadiens go up 3-0 in the series. They certainly have momentum coming into the fourth game, which is tonight, if you want to check your watches and see that what I'm saying is accurate. Tonight, 7 o'clock. Thank you very much. Game number 4, the Canadiens and the Leafs. The series is not over, and we expect another dandy game to follow this one. Good night from Toronto.
CBC Hockey Night in Canada, brought to you by Ford Motor Company on behalf of your Ford and Mercury dealers from coast to coast. The Bank of Nova Scotia with nearly 1,000 branches across Canada to serve you. Canadian General Electric, progress for people since 1882. And by Molson, Canada's name in beer since 1786. Brewers of Molson Export Ale.
This program is protected by copyright and is intended solely for the entertainment and enjoyment of the viewing audience. Reproduction by any means, in whole or in part, without the expressed written permission of Hockey Night in Canada, is prohibited.